Hello, I am the Ronan Bourne, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Bourne live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Bourne. I want you to pay very, very close attention to my lips now. Are my lips moving in sequence with, the sounds that are coming out of them? And now that I'm thinking about it, it's actually kind of hard for me to get them to match. Is that more or less in sync? Because I just made an adjustment to the delay on the audio, and I'm not sure if I've pushed it more out of sync or into sync. You let me know, Jim, as I see you're the only one in chat as of yet. Welcome to another Kerbal live stream. Yesterday, we ran the speedrun of the Tech Tree Science category of Kerbal Space Program. Hello, Dank Dog 69420. How do my lips look? How? Does it look like the words that are coming out of my mouth match? Thank you for the cheer, Dank Dog, and welcome. Yesterday, we ran the Tech Tree speed run after I drew up this document based on the world record holder's run so that we could go off of, and by the end of the day we had ourselves a 1 hour 40-some minute, 42 minute, something like that run. It would be very difficult for me to actually find out exactly how much. Oh, there it is. 1 minute 42:52 is apparently what our run came in at the end of yesterday's stream after running this route once. We walked through the route once, slowly, over the course of 3 hours, and then we ran through the route once. No, there is a 2-year delay, says Dank Dog 69420. Well, then you haven't even seen. Oh God, you don't even know about the wars. Oh shit. August 22nd, 2022. Don't go outside. It's gonna be a very bad day. Very bad day. But, so we ran it, we came in with that time, whatever it was, I've already forgotten it, 1:42:50 something, 1:43, let's call it, 1 hour, 43 minutes, on a speed run world record holder does in 1 hour, 17:55. So pretty damn respectable of our first run of, hardliner slugs routing for science mode, for unlocking the entire tech tree. That's the, idea behind this here route, is that we're unlocking the whole tech tree as fast as we can while running in a science mode save, so it's not career mode, but science mode normal, which is the standard for all the runs on the KSP Speedrun site, and we did it, and it was enjoyable, and I liked it, and running this route gave me a sense of what it is that we need to do and how we do it. One of the interesting things that I found out, or that I looked at after the stream was done, while I was decompressing, I suppose, while I was lying around, let's just say, I was just being a slovenly, shoving chips in my face, laying on the couch, watch more KSP. What was interesting to me was that I think both I and the world record holder took the same amount of time to get the time warps and the science collected at the end of the run, which was a shockingly high number of 24 minutes. We both averaged, it was right around 24 minutes for both of us to collect all the science from 3 different sites, which is a lot at the end of a speed run. Really, at 1 hour and 17 minutes, we're talking about a third of the speed run is sitting there and time warping and untime warping and clicking buttons and time warping and untime warping and clicking buttons. Paul, and why the F is there a KSP speedrun world record? Because people are crazy, including me, because I ran it and want to run it again. However, I think I was completely undecided as to whether to run this route again immediately and see what how fast I could get at it. We took a big loss on the second ship. We were already like 8 minutes behind. The world record holder comes in before the 12-minute mark has passed, and we cleared in like 20 or something like that, maybe over 20. So, 8 to 10 minutes, we had already fallen behind, and I don't know what side of that was, building the ship or, running the flight. Could have been a little bit of both. It's not my ship. But yeah, I was completely undecided at the end of the last live stream whether or not to run it again or to go immediately into routing my own version of it, and I think it would be way more fun to go into routing my own version now that we've run the world record holders and have that, basic sense of what needs to happen and what we're driving for and that sort of a thing. So now let's completely unmake the entire run and build it up from scratch, for our own base amusement and entertainment, apparently. I mean, you guys tune in. By you guys, I mean the two of you, Dank Dog and Pie. The only people in chat anyway right now. But yeah, I think I want to route this thing. And I think it'll be interesting and fun to do, especially with everybody here, shouting things over my shoulder. What about this? What about that? That'll be the best part of it. But let's start up a new save in science mode. Yes. And we'll pick out, I like the yellows today. And what we're going to do is we're going to theory craft. So, theory crafting this speed run. So, science in normal mode. And let's get in here. The first thing that I want to do, hey, Pawn, how's it going? It's going good, the Light Guy 89. We're going to do a little bit of reverse engineering on the speed run. First thing that I want to do is go into R&D and look at these tiers. And I think the way that we want to work this is back to front. Because it's in the speed run that we ran yesterday, the routing by hardliner slugs. We buy, our last buy is like these two electrics and that chip and these two of this, and I don't even know what he's buying. I just noted what he bought so that I could buy it and make the ship that he made. So, I think we start here reverse engineering what we need in order to fly a fast mission to land on Minmus that has the research bay in it, and that we can generate the power that's sufficient, and that we can, broadcast, that we've got the antennas, and all the other things that are going to come into that. Do we have enough SAS to control a 2.5 meter ship? That sort of a thing. And go backwards from there, figure out what it is that we really need, and if any of these purchases could be replaced with something that's more useful for a different ship build. I'm a bit slow on chat because my PC is fighting for its life to run Transport Fever 2 over here, while also audio-visually processing your bullshit. Does my bullshit match? Do my lips look like they're flapping at the right rate? Nobody's answered that yet. I changed I added a little bit of a delay, because every time that I go to edit, a video from the live stream, I have to drag the audio track 8 milliseconds in one direction or the other. Or not 8 milliseconds. Well, yeah, it actually does come out to around 8 milliseconds, but it's actually 8 frames out of 60, so it's like 7.5 milliseconds. Or no, 75 milliseconds, rather. But yeah, so I moved them, and I want to know if it looks like if things are in sync. Because I may have gone in exactly the opposite direction and actually made it worse. Because I can only go in one direction. I can only delay the audio. I can't make the audio come in any faster. And Light Guy 89 is saying, no, it doesn't look correct, that my lips aren't moving with my speeches make words. Hi, Ronan Pong, good to see you, mate. Hello, Arthur Bontwick. You feel confident in that? No more over-engineering, and do you have to build new ships every time, says Dank Dog? I am absolutely routing this as though you start up a new save file and there are no ships in it and you do have to build them. Yes. I don't think... I can't imagine that the rules are... would allow you to start up a speed run and already have the ships built in your pocket if you're starting from scratch in a new career mode or science mode file. If it's a creative mode build... Maybe, and maybe that's what the rules are saying. It's a little bit unclear the way that they've written the rules on speedrun.com. The delay is prefect. Is it? Wait. Can't you look? Can I look to see whether or not my lips are in sync? I suppose I could. If I just keep talking, well, I flip over to here, and then I watch and listen, because I'm gonna need, like, things. That sort of a deal. And then when I unmute, I'm gonna need, like, things. That sort of a deal, and then when I unmute... Okay, so that's it looks good to me, but again, I can't study it as well as you might be able to. Wait, what just happened? Zorglob? Did that come in? And yeah, it just went right over my head. One of them just, because I was doing 7 things at once. Zorglob with the subscription, 30 months on a 30-month streak. My God, hi Zorglob. And welcome back to the Big Dick Club. Thank you so much for your continued support of this ridiculousness that we do here. Make It Pies, hello. Happily in Sync here says Box of Pins. A Tree Fairy agreeing as well. Okay, maybe I delayed it in the right direction. If not, then the next time I do an edit, I'll have to move it 16 frames one direction instead of 8. You do look like someone that are into InSync. I don't, there you go. I couldn't come up with a joke based off of that. What the hell did InSync do, you know? I went to reach for like an InSync joke, and I'm like, I'm probably going to land on New Kids on the Block or, you know, any other of the same band but different fellas. I will watch your lips very closely, says Dank Dog. Oh, thank you. Thank you. You keep a good eye on them. Never know what they're going to do. Zorglob truly has a big dick. Went over your head, always does, Pawn. It does. Just about everything goes over my head. Okay, so are we going to go to the speed run then? What the hell was I talking about? We want a theory craft, right? So let's look at the things that that he pulls in top to bottom, if I can remember them at the end. He's pulling in heavier rocketry, and apparently that's to get the mainsail, exclusively to get the mainsail. So heavier rocketry for the mainsail. Got to open heavy rocketry to get to the mainsail. He's not using the skipper, the poodle, or the kickback, so these 2 purchases are just to get to the mainsail for the ship that he launches. Okay. We also buy into fuel systems, which apparently he buys for these tanks, because we're using these tanks in the speed run, not using that one, not using any of that. So it's these 2 tanks, the X200 and the X3200, are why he's buying in there. Specialized construction we also get, and I guess that is for the fairing and nothing else. The 2.5 meter fairing is why he's buying in there. Yeah, there's not a damn other thing that we use from that. It's just the fairing in 2.5 meter. I'm already, you know, seeing this and going, okay, well, we could probably get away with you know, a 1.25. Or with whatever the other meter is. I never actually remember. What's the goal of the run, says Dank Dog? To start up in a science mode, brand new science mode, normal, save game, start up a new game in science mode normal, and unlock everything in this tree. The way we did it yesterday in an hour and 40 some minutes, and you know, the rules are just basically that, whatever you can do in order to get this whole thing unlocked as quickly as you possibly can. But I am going to be working off of what we did yesterday to some extent, because now we've got some experience knowing how the world record holder does it in an hour and 17 minutes. Can we beat that? We also buy into sandwich instructions. It's sandwich instructions right there. It's bun, meat, bun. There you go. Watching Pawn in windowed mode while building a 200 mile per hour double-deck railway interchange at 2 frames per second challenge 2020. That's a lot of 2s, is there? Pawn, the overlay seems stuck. Oh, you know what? I didn't open stream labels. So it will update briefly. Not immediately, probably, but briefly. Thank you for bringing my attention to that. May going to Duna get you more science? It would be, will it get me more science more quickly? I'm gonna focus on Minmus. Minmus is an easy landing, it's a quick thing, you don't gotta worry about your fucking, you know, launch windows and stuff like that. I'm gonna stick with Minmus. I think it's, you know, it's doable. I don't want to diverge ridiculously from the routing that he's already done, unless it's just makes a lot of sense. And, you know, maybe we will in future if we keep gunning at this, but my idea today is to basically, there are 4 craft. There are only 4 ships that you build here. So what are the last 3 ships that we build? Because the first one is just goo, and, you know, it's the first ship that you launch, and it makes sense. I don't think that there's much to be done there, maybe a little tweaking we could experiment with. But the next 3 ships, is there a better way? Is there a quicker science to grab? Could we be bringing more science if we routed the science that we grab at each step a little bit differently? These are answers that we will seek today. We grab the advanced construction, and he's definitely getting like the big nose cone out of that. He's also getting the large hydraulic manifold out of that. I feel like he is building a very like realistic gameplay, 2.5 meter craft in order to go land on Minmus. And I think we might be able to, not cheat, just build in a way that if we don't need the big manifold, we don't need the big nose cone. And if we don't need those two, I mean, we'd want like a standoff radial decoupler for like big launch things, but we could build this craft that lands on Minmus using SRBs that drop from the smaller ones. And yes, it's going to be a little bit, sketchier, sure, but it means that we don't have to spend however much it costs to buy 90 science. We could use that 90 science somewhere else. Minmus before Moon? Absolutely, that's how we do it. We only land twice. We land, and both times are on Minmus. Did it yesterday. It's get science from, around the Space Center in order to buy everything here, the first 5 tiers. What? Why do I already have... Oh, no, because you can buy into them. Yes, the first 5 tiers you purchase into with that, and then from there he builds a ship that orbits Kerbin on the North Pole, and, northernly, vertical... Polar. It's a polar orbit, so that you can get all of the EVAs, and I mean all of the EVAs that are available from space over Kerbin. Including the ice shelves and things like that. I expect a world record on your first try, or I unsub, says Dank Dog. You can unsub. Somebody will come along and give you another sub. Like, you can't avoid it. Once you're here, the subs are gonna hit you. The subs are gonna get you. The subs are gonna get you. You're gonna get a big dick, yeah. Zoroglob with the 25-bit trigger. Good luck, Pawn. The sketchier, the better, I say. Yeah. So this is an entire tier. Like, I'm looking at these and saying, we could probably get away without that. We could probably get away without this. 2.5 meter tanks, maybe not. Maybe we need the 2.5 meter. We will see. But there's a lot that we might be able to do without, and I want to see what those are. So this one, yeah, this one, which is just for the 2.5 meter fairing. That's one we don't have to buy, and that's 160 science not spent. This one, we could probably get away with that. That's 90 science not spent. The polar orbit is 200 IQ.
For luck.
Thank you, Snoo Snoo. 100-bit cheer for luck, and Dank Dog cheering 5 Rickroll win. What was I doing? The subs are gonna get you. So those are the ones. We don't do anything in here. I'm going to go from the bottom up because I remember the bottom up now. So we get electrical, and we're getting that for... Nothing? Nothing. There's no reason we're buying electrical except that it gets us into advanced electrics where we get all of the panels. And then we're going to use the 1/6, and we're going to use that battery, and that's probably, yes, those are 2 purchases that absolutely have to happen. And then we buy precision engineering, which, why are we getting that? We're not using small decouplers, we're not using any of that. We're not using the relay antenna or the communitron. We don't use any of these parts, but we buy into them in the speedrun. Well, there's 160 that doesn't need to be spent. On the last ship that you build, we don't use a relay. We don't use the communitron. We don't use the Probodyne Hex. We do not use the TD06 decoupler. It's the tiny one. We don't use that. We don't use cubic octagonals or octagonal struts. This is science that the world record holder is just throwing away on that. No. Maybe? No. The reason why he's buying that, it's another thing, is because he wants electronics. Plot out science experiment tiers. Let me do this, which is probably that, and then so he does that because he needs both of these to get into electronics. So that we can get the seismic accelerometer. And one thing that he didn't have when he was routing this was the magnetometer. That has been added since. So we brought it on our run, and it brought in a lot of friggin' science to be able to crank into your research bay along the way. Now, are there any other... Let's finish reviewing this, okay? So... Then he buys into space exploration, and we're not using any of these, but he buys into that in order to get to advanced exploration, which gets him the mobile processing lab, which is a need. That is a hard need buy. That also gets him up into here, purchasing there, which means that we get the command modules, and then he uses the cupola. And, and the service bay, the 2.5 meter service bay, uses both of those. I don't know that you need it. In just thinking about it, the only reason that I can think of why you would need or want the cupola for this as opposed to something else is maybe it's got, yes, it has high torque. So I'm guessing that because he isn't spending science anywhere on reaction wheels, he's using a cupola for this just so that he's putting a 2.5 meter high, SAS high torque piece at the tip of the ship in order to fly it. This is something that we could possibly avoid, along with the 2.5 meter service bay. Most of the science that we're bringing up is something that can be attached radially, that can be attached on the skin of a ship and not tucked into a bay. It will fuck with your aerodynamics, but if you can fly the ship, without it toppling on you, then his designs are already bringing an extra 1,600 to 2,000 delta V for what you need to do anyway. Will it do any difference if you land the two ships in different biomes on Minmus? I'm interested in that too. The world record holder doesn't. He lands the same location twice. We could go to his location and my preferred location. And yeah, I'm not sure. Can anyone in chat speak to that? Whether or not the research bay, does it give you a different amount of data or return a different amount of science if it's something that you've never collected before or if you've collected once before? Because we are landing the same location, and a few of the things that we're gathering and shoving into the bay are things that we've already had, including the EVA and the surface sample, including the barometer and the thermometer. Yeah. So can anyone speak to that? Oh, and I believe we also are the Science Junior, because I don't know. Jermasian says doesn't think it matters. The world record holder gets away with it. Have to slow it down and look and see what the values were the first time we hit it and what the values are the second time we hit it. But I'm not sure on that. I'm just not sure on that. But so, yeah, he's driving toward 2.5 meter there for 160, and we might not need 2.5 meter, to lift something carrying the 2.5 meter mobile processing lab to Minmus and land it is, it's easier if you're using 2.5 meter, but can it be done and can you build that ship quickly without 2.5 meter? Especially if you're going to put it all underneath a big old fairing like he does when he's sending it up. Does it just come down to needing reaction wheels? And where else could we get reaction wheels? Which is where this turns into a bit of a mess. Because I don't know where these things are. I do believe reaction wheels become available at Tier 5. Okay, the big reaction wheel is available at Tier 5. And that would give you 30 torque instead of 9 over the same ship, and you wouldn't have to be carrying the weight of the cupola, which the weight of the cupola is what? It's 1.8 in comparison to the 0.9 tons of the starter pod. Yeah, 0.84. I rounded up incorrectly, but 0.84. So 0.84 plus the 0.2 of that means that you're only carrying 1 ton, a little over 1 ton instead of 1.8 to get ostensibly the same thing. The other thing that could be a consideration here, though, is its electric charge capacity of 200, but that can be compensated for by slapping on exactly 1 extra battery, so that's not needed. And you're also carrying additional weight in the monoprop that you've got 10 units on that one, whereas in this one you have 10 units. So that's entirely incorrect. I was just speaking toward an idea that I had. Maybe I was going to be right, maybe I wasn't. How developed is the KSP speedrun meta? I don't know. What is the KSP speedrun meta? There is one run in the category that I've chosen to run in. So, but I'm interested, so we're gonna run it again, you know, and I've run it already. What was the time of your first speed run? It was, I'll pull it back up here. It was that. It was 1 hour 42:52 using exactly the same method that the world record holder uses, with a couple of slight variations to. I just felt like it'd be easier if there was more electricity in a certain part, and we also had the availability of the magnetometer boom arm that we tacked on to the final craft as well. I could leave you... No, you're not going to be useful. The slow run was 3 hours. The speed run was that 142. That was a proper speed run that we did. Here's some confusing data from the wiki. An experimental result is processed into an amount of data based on its original science value and the physical location of the lab at the time the data is generated. Yes, that I have come to an understanding on through, you know, just you guys educating me as we've been playing Kerbal Space Program, that apparently you get a bonus to how much the data will be worth, how much the science will turn into data. You get a bonus if you're landed in the biome, you know, in the sphere of influence from where the science was collected. You get a bonus for being in the sphere of influence of the thing where it was collected as well. And then maybe there's something about, you know, when you get back to Kerbin and stuff, it applies. But so there's a double stacked bonus. If you are landed and in the same, you know, sphere of influence, then you get both of those bonuses toward increasing your data. So being landed on Minmus while we're processing Minmus data means that the data is worth more. We do, however, bring data along with us from Kerbin and high space, low space, all that kind of stuff in order to process. But the bulk of it is Minmus data, so it is most valuable if processed on Minmus landed. The best non-informative answer I've seen on a wiki article in quite some time. Yeah. You really gotta be on the fucking inside of this stuff and have people showing up to your live streams and telling you how it actually works, or good luck.
Ding ding ding, Ronan Pawn the winner.
Thank you very much. Do I have a ding ding ding? Do I have a... I don't... That's as close as I get there. I don't have a ding ding ding. I do have one somewhere, but the closest thing I have right here... in my fingertips is that. Here, there we go. Thank you, Racy. So, yeah, first off, let's look at science. And this is, I think this is what Germasium was pointing out later, was like, where's the next science that we could get? Like, is there other science that we could pick up from one of these tiers? You know, or something that we're not grabbing early that we could. Like, from here, at some point in here, we get... Is it all in here? Where do we get the size jigger? Where do we get the Seismomo jigger? It's all the way out at electronics for 300. So is there no science, no additional scientific experiments to be had between tier 3 and tier 6? 3, 4, 5, 6. Is that the case? That you don't get any more scientific experiments? Because they tend to group down here, and I don't see them. We get, in electronics, we get 2 new scientific experiments. And there's none other hiding in the other places. These are all... Oh, well, there's one. But it's only useful atmospherically, and there's no atmosphere. Except on liftoff, and that's a 300 tier. So it's not worth driving toward that one. But it looks like, yeah, you get your last science. Curiously, I'd never thought about it, really. You get your last science when you pick up the barometer? No. Then you get the Science Junior. And by the way, I've got the settings here. The visuals are just blown out with additional, you know, light. And it applies to the 3D models in the... It's fucked up. But you also get the experiment storage unit at that point. So So here's a big thing that could improve the run, okay? If we had the Science Junior and the Experiment Storage Unit on our second ship, on our first flight when we go to, when we go polar with Kerbin, and we get all the EVAs from being in orbit around Kerbin. The Science Junior would be nice. It'd be an extra, you know, it would be more science to grab early, and maybe we'd be able to afford something else, like move up one more tier, when we do the next set of things. Because first landing, literally just flying the one with the flea, we buy all of this, okay? Everything up to tier 2. And then on the second landing in this route, we buy these 4. Everything except for plane parts. In tier 3. So if we came out of this section and had enough science so that we could buy down to here, which is a purchase 45, if we had a 45 additional science and could get the experiment storage unit, that would make it so much easier. You could actually set up the action grouping on less equipment. You could fly with Bob, like we do on the third mission, scientist instead, who'd be able to reset these things as we go, if that's faster, and I think it would be, wouldn't it? No, you can't. You'd still have to bring it, because this is atmospheric data that you're grabbing as you go up. But it would be easier to have the experiment storage unit, and we could be bringing up the Science Junior along with it. So that's interesting, but it is a big ask. So far, we only come back with 65.1 science, which buys all of this. To try and get 145 out of that would be, it's 2/3 of the total science that you're spending everywhere else. And what we unlock there is the Reliant, the Thumper, and the medium fuel tank, so we need that one. For stability, we might be able to get away without radial decouplers. Like, fins, winglets, like these early ships and stuff, they really fucking need this to fly right. Yeah, it would be very hard. And then survivability we'd have to open because it's on the way to the basic science that we'd need in order to, we need this unlocked to be able to buy that. So that has to be, we don't actually use the Reliant at any point during this run, but we do use the Thumpers and make heavy use of them. And then, of course, just having the bigger fuel tank. That seems like that's probably necessary immediately for the second launch. Stability is the only one that we might be able to get away without if we were building one of those tricky things like we used to do back in the day, where you stack your engines and your lifting stage on top of an engine that when you fire it up burns off the next the next lifting stage, that sort of a thing. If you just made an SRB stack all the way. I think what we need to do to get a sense of this is actually just start walking through it. So let's do that. It'll be way more fun than sitting here staring at the screen and thinking about it. Since it is RL time, real time, and not in-game time, you can use a laboratory on Time Warp. Yeah, that's how we do it. And it took me yesterday for the 142 that we pulled in, 143, hour 43 minutes. It took 24 minutes of that run was the lab on Time Warp on the surface of Minmus, and doing it 30 times. You need to process and clear that lab 30 times because we need a total of just under 15,000 science, and each time that you fill it up to max is 500. So you need to do it 30 goddamn times. Unlock the tiers of items you need when you can, but save the remainder to the end of the game science buy so you spend more time flying the missions. Tiers of items you need. Sure. Let's just start walking through, like, how we go through this. So we build a craft, your starter craft, and the starter craft that we do, that we did yesterday, is just an SRB, the little SRB, and then in science, it was 3 of these mystery goos. And I'm in no hurry, I'm not going to run this like it's a fucking speed run. We gotta be slow and think about it. This is 3. Let's say it were 4. Let's say it were 4 and they were up here. Can we do this without blocking the craft? And what's your impact tolerance? 12 meters per second impact. Okay. So let's say that they're up there. In the run, we limit this to somewhere around 27, I think, on the thrust limiting, and then we only put 28 fuel in it. And then we just stage it and launch it. So, launch. What happened to your graphics there? I've got the visuals blown out for the speedrun. I've just turned up the what do they call it in settings? It's the ambient light boost. I'm at 62. I think it actually looks like the game. It's just without any like graphical mods. If I turn this down even a little bit, I'll turn it down to 50. All right, that's a little bit better. I'll live with that. But it just from various screens, it looks like you need to fucking squeegee off the screen. This game just looks so awful without any visual mods. But obviously the ambient light boost is so that we can land on the dark side if we come in on the dark side. You know, it's a speed run. So we got to focus on that. But with 4 of these on here, we'd come in, we would hit the Observe Mystery Goo while we take a crew report. Both of those would get done. Jeb would pop out. Okay, you can get out of there. That's important. You would take an EVA and a surface sample from there, and then you'd take the data out of here and reboard so that we'll be able to get another crew report. I'm going to hit F5 from here because I haven't been doing this long, so let's see how it goes. So it's like that. Uh-oh. 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 That didn't work. Sorry, Jab. That's why I hit F9. We went over last time, but ideally, SAS on, don't need any throttle to full. Ideally, we would turn down to the north and then spin this way and then burn like this. Okay. There's just not a lot of time to get this burn right. I haven't done it. It took us, I think we had 3 or 4 dry starts, and then it came off in a very slow way, but might as well have some fun practicing this and killing Jeb at the same time. At F9, I went in the wrong direction. A bit of a kamikaze. Only slightly, though. So go, then over. No! See, now that's not... Oh, I didn't turn the SAS on. So, what I need to do is F5 when the SAS is already on, and then that's the thing that I don't have to additionally do. Or maybe I will. I don't know. We do have all of the science, though. Yes. Review stored data 3, plus what's in there. Yep. So... I wanted it to be low. And that's another kamikaze. Ideally, what I want to do is I'm trying to get, like, between the VAB and the spaceplane hangar and land over there. But without going high and wasting a lot of our, you know, everything. So go. Look. That's too low. And once I gain speed, I can't control the damn thing anymore. So it's, like, if I don't get the right launch profile, it's very hard to get my nose back up. So something like that. Throw out the parachute. No. We do need to go higher. Okay, I'm learning that we need to go higher because we also need to get data while we're in flight and from the ladder and stuff. So if that's the case, then I'll just do like that. Head over there a little bit. Throw out the parachute to get us, you know, getting grabbed. Observe the mystery goo. Get another crew report. Boom, both of those from in, you know, the air. And then Jeb gets out on the ladder, does an EVA report for me. Well, we're in space, and also takes the data out of there, reboards. We fizz warp down. Okay, apparently we destroyed the engine. No big deal. And then from landed, we would do, again, crew report. Because we can. And you observe the mystery goo. So that's 3 mystery goos now. And then Jeb, back out. Give me the surface sample and the EVA report. From landed at... Where were we? Just kind of curious. Astronaut complex. Okay, good. So you got those. If I then store the experiments... Well, here's what I wanted to look into. So from here, This is what we would do in the speed run normally. And then from here, if we were doing it the way that... We're this side of things. Okay, we're here. Wow, what a great place to land. Because what you would do in the run usually is... No. With Fizz Warp, you know. You'd run your Kerbal over here. And then now he should be in... It's still the astronaut complex. Well, that's not correct, but okay, game. Now he's in administration. You take a surface sample, and you take the EVA report, and then you'd recollect him. And get the science from him, get the science from the ship, and that should equal up to 65.1 science. We need a total of 63. If we go back to the thing that I did, yeah, we need a total of 63. That would get us 65.1. I'd like to have more. That's what I'd like to have. So, my thought is, no, I F5'd once we'd gotten down. You fucker. I fucking F5'd when we landed. It's no big deal, but fuck this fucking game. Do it again. Over to there. Like so, I guess. And then, nope, that way. Throw out the parachute, and start the things. Observe mystery goo. Crew report. Bang bang. Thank you for both of those. Then Jeb gets out. You can take the data out of there and also do your own EVA report, and then reboard. And then when we're on the ground, go ahead and blow that engine off again, or just compress it into the body of the ship. I don't know which is happening here. Then you do the things. I'm going to press F5 again, you motherfucker. Observe the mystery goo. Crew report me. Bang bang. Jeb steps out. Surface sample. EVA, both of those, get back in, and then from here, F5, twice, you cunt, and then from here, those were exactly where we were before. Very good. So my question is, my ask is, with the electric charge we've got, can I roll us over? Can I get this craft to fall over on its side? I can't. We're embedded in the ground, though. Oh, shit. So if I hadn't embedded this craft in the ground, I might have gotten it to tip because we'd be on less stable footing, but because I hit the ground at Fizz Warp... Let's try going to a high warp and then popping out. No, we are completely embedded in the ground. God damn it. All right, we're going to have to revert to launch, which I shouldn't be able to do if I've F5'd and F9'd, but I guess until you leave the Space Center? I don't get it. So when I revert to launch, it takes me here. And when I F9'd, it took me here. Oh, this game, so fucked. So fucked. Because we've already got the fucking science. We've done the 3 science. So it's not reverting to launch. It's not reverting to 0, on the launch. It's reverting to... That's weird. That's fucking weird. So it's reverting to launch after you've already done things. Interesting. Very interesting. In any event, this time we'll do exactly the same thing. Go, turn down to like here, and pull that way just a touch. Just a smidge. Thank you. And then pop the parachute. Start doing the things. Observe mystery goo. Crew report, stack those up, bang bang, they're both in. Jeb, get out on the ladder, try not to fall off. EVA report from you, thank you. Take the data out of here so that we can clear out room for the next crew report. Fizz warp down, but this time do not fizz warp when you land, or else your engine will penetrate the surface of Kerbin and you'll never get it back. Okay, see, we're up this time. So now that we're landed, we would observe the mystery goo while we do the crew report. That's how you do it in the run. So bang bang, grab both of those, EVA again, EVA and surface sample, grab both of those. Go ahead and take the data out of there, reboard, and then can I roll you over? Can I get this ship to topple with the SAS that it's got? I can spin it, can rotate it, and I was able to get it down on the side. It wouldn't just go over, but I was able to do that. Now, from here, I have enough SAS to steer us, he says, and then has quite a bit of trouble doing it, to roll us to another biome. Okay, which could be this flagpole if I can't actually get it to turn. There we go. And then, no, you. See, it depends what radius I'm on when I'm... Alright, just keep going then. I'm just trying to, you know, these... We looked at the impact tolerance of the mystery goo. It's 12 meters per second. That's why I put them all the way out here, was so that we could potentially do this. So imagine we did this, you know, better and got experience doing it. Fuck. Problem is that as we rotate, it changes what up and down do, and we're constantly rotating to one side. I don't think we're in here yet. I think we're at administration yet, according to the game anyway. Whoop, whoop, there you go. Still lots of electric charge. We could do this all day. Some weird strats, I gotta say. We need 45 more science is the reason why I'm trying this. I don't think it'll be enough, but we might as well try it. Observe mystery goo from here, and that's from administration. I'm going to need you to be able to get out, but before you do, go ahead and give me a crew report from administration, then get out from the ladder, EVA, take surface sample, and actually, let's get the flagpole. I think that's the, if we could do all of these, it's our best chance anyway. Is it going to work? Fucked if I know. But if I got all three of these, it's the best chance that I could imagine for us pulling back an extra 45 science over the 65 that we get from doing everything else. Okay, figure out what the ansels and the dorsals do. Turn you a little bit more. In fact, when I do that, I really need to overturn and plan for it to do this little spin that it does. So there you go, overturn. And then if we can roll safely onto the flagpole, like that, then Jeb, get back out. So I could bring 6. Take the data from there and go ahead and surface sample for 9. EVA report. This is from the flagpole now. And then reboard. And if I had one more of these containers on here, review the data. This is from the astronaut complex. It would be worth another 3. So let's just bear that in mind, that what we're about to collect could be worth another 3. But I think that's it. That's all of the data that we could get. So what did we bring home plus 3 that we could have had? 80. It is not enough for what I would like to be able to do. We'd need over 100. If we rolled out to the grasslands, like how much is a pack worth? Let's look at it that way. So astronaut complex, 9, 2.4, 1.5. There's should be a crew report in there though too. No, that's the crew report. That's EVA and that's surface sample. It's the goo that we're missing then. So 9, 2.4, 1.5. So 11.4, 12.9 plus goo, which is worth 3. Right? Let's just confirm that goo is worth 3. It is. So what did I say? 12.9 plus 3? And just do the math again. Astronaut complex. 9 plus 2.4 is 11.4 plus 1 is 12.4. 12.9 plus 3. We get 15.9 per biome that we can do. So if I got one more biome, which is to say if I just rolled, like, if we landed at the astronaut complex, we rolled onto the flagpole, then we went to administration, then we rolled off into just, you know, Kerbin's grasslands or at Kerbin's shore, whatever that counts at, we could get another 15.9. out of that, on top of the 80.2 we have. I'm just writing these numbers down, you know, to help my brain and things. Which would give us a 96.1. And if we're spending 63 of the 96.1, so I don't have to keep thinking so hard. If we're spending, we've got 96.1 theoretically, and then we spend the, what did I say? 63 of it in order to buy into the things that are lower. We've got 33.1, which is a difference of 11.9. We would need another biome. So here's my thought. Here's my thought. What if... It won't work, Pawn. What if we could, which we can't, what if we landed on the VAB? Okay. First landing on the VAB, collect the data, rolled it off the roof, pop a second parachute so that we don't die as we fall off of the VAB. Land down there, get the data from there. That would allow us to get, you know, these 6 biomes or whatever it's going to be. You'd be the shit, do it, yeah. But it would be a lot of work. This is all done in like 2 minutes in the speed run. Everything that you just seen me do over the course of the past 20 is done in 2 minutes. And we did it in like 3 or something on our first attempt. What about a pack of boosters with very low fuel and thrust to hop around the KSC, staged right, and carry 6 goos? Little hopper. I like the idea of a roller better. Let's play with this. Let's play with this idea. So, 80.2, we'll subtract from there. Let's play with this idea. I like, you know, you've seen me make a roller before. Well, you know, it's been a while, so maybe you haven't. But some of you could have, is the thing. A roller, like that. That's how I used to make my roller. And then for the science, we could do 4 times symmetry either side. At the top. And then we'd need SRB to push us around. So if you were attached there, and then we had a flag, because we do need... The idea of a lander, of a hopper, is good too. If you staged all the SRBs correctly, gave them the right thrust, I think that's worth looking into as well. Take a science gut with you in one of the... A science guy? Will it help that Bob's with us in science mode? Give it a try anyway. But so, because we want to get, you know, in the air. And if we hit hard enough, what's your impact tolerance, buddy? 7. So if I can hit the ground at 7 meters, at higher than 7 meters per second with this, blow that off and just be these 2 left, that'd be great. That'd be great. Nice conicity on that roller. It's very conic. Just move you down just a little bit, you know. Imagine that I knew what I was doing. See, but I do want you guys at the ends, and you would be at the end of that, so that would be about, yeah, that's similar on either side. So if we thrust limited this to, again, like around 20s, and then did like that, check our TWR 1.64, that's fine. Solid fuel down to 28. If we just do it with this one launch premise, but then we still have to roll around all these different sites, you know? and probably administration, flagpole, and we'd want to land at the VAB, wouldn't we? If we land along the side of the VAB and we either are at the spaceplane hangar or in the VAB biome when we land, then we can roll past one of those. Alright, so again here though, this is the premise of we've got each one of these is 15.9. If we're already spending 63 and we want to be able to do 45, then we need 108. 108 divided by 15.9 is 7 sites we need. But do we get something for recovering our first craft? I'll bet anything that we do. So actually, like, the 65.1 that we come back, minus 15.9, minus 15.9, minus 15.9, 17.4, minus 15.9, is 1.5. So we get a 1.5 to start, I guess? 1.5 just because we recovered our first vessel. Is what it looks like, is what I'm guessing. Let me do that again, because if it's 63 that we're spending, but we come back with 65.1 usually, minus 15.9, that's going to be from the launch pad, minus 15.9, that's going to be from, because I'm not, you know what I'm not taking into account is the in-atmosphere shit. Minus 15.9, which would be from like astronaut complex, minus 15.9 from the administrations building. 17.4 is something that we collect in air plus. So 17.4 is the in air plus recovery science on the usual run. So if we assume 17.4 to start, and we say, what did I say? We spend 63 plus 45. We want 108 minus 17.4 that we're going to get as long as we go up in the air. And then that divided by 15.9 is how many sites that we have to hit? 6. We got to hit 6 sites total. And we can do 4 of them. Landed at the launch pad, landed at admin, astronaut, flagpole. 5th is easy. We could just like get outside the space center, but we do need a 6th, which means that we need to hit like, we would need to EVA, we need to get all that data from next to the VAB and do it all in a line. So VAB or spaceplane hangar, then astronaut complex, then flagpole, then administration, then outside of the area, you know, that is the space center, and then it'll just be at the KSC or whatever, you know? That sort of a thing. Launchpad, crawler way, tracking, VAB, spaceplane hangar, mission control, astronaut, admin, flagpole, runway. Those are all the things that you could possibly get. And you're saying, get them all? Recruit a certain Kerman, nil by the science guy. Never seen or heard of a KSP Speedrun. Need to see one in practice. I'll keep watching for haha funny spaceship go boom. That's, yeah. And we did one yesterday. We already did it. Check out the VOD at pawnlive.roninpawn.com. But this is rerouting for this. How much time this takes is, you know, it's like at the beginning of the run, it depends on how much it turns into for us on the next stage and the stage after that. Like, can we make the end of the run come in? And I really like this idea. So if we've got the launch pad and the crawler way, if we tip this thing over before we fired it, we'll never get it back up. So from the launch pad, we got to launch. If we're going to do the in-air, you know, readings. If we're not going to do the in-air readings and we just make a crawler, we just make a runner, which means that the in-air readings are there for the next, like, you know, launch to collect, which is nice. Then we need 7, right? Isn't that what we saw? So we need 6. We need 5.69, but we need 6 for this plan. But if we do the, again, it's 63 plus 45 that we want to be able to spend. That's 108 minus the 17.4. No, we're not going to do the 17.4. So it's just 108 divided by 15.9 for each stop. We have to do it 7 times. We start at the VAB, we start at the launch pad, we tip the thing over, we build it to just start that way, to be on its side. VAB, roll toward the crawler way, or rather, launch pad, crawler way, VAB, astronaut complex, flagpole, admin, out. Let's try that first, anyway. So that would be this. Launching like that. Don't need parachutes. And I've already got the 2 Kerbals in it, right? Yeah. Now the way that we'd want to launch it would be that way. So that we'll be able to roll immediately down. Let's play with this. See how much we get. I said to launch the parachute as soon as you launch because that goes against control groups. Just fire it at the same time. I've already done that unintentionally before, at least. So we would do observe mystery goo, and we would no shit. All right, get back in. Did you got it though, right? I don't even have to click the collect button. That's interesting. I wonder if that could be used to save time. Crew report, and then don't click anything, and then get out. And EVA surface sample, you collect, board. We have 2 data. There's that. Did you not get the crew report then? Okay, if I don't press the button, then you actually don't take the crew report. Understood, I guess. So, Jeb, we should be doing all this with Bob anyway. Revert to launch just so that I can do it all the way that it should be done from the beginning. And we can take it slow and think through it as we go. Let's do everything with Bob, because he's the scientist. So, observe for mystery goo. While you do that, I'll crew report. Bing, bing. Bob gets out. He does a surface sample and EVA report. We need a new save, because this is not going to tell me what I need. Fuck. We need a new save. Quit to the main menu, leave anyway. Because it's giving me the wrong, the data is not going to be there. So theory crafting, delete you. Yep. Start anew, theory crafting, science, normal, yes. We'll do it from scratch so that we've got a good idea of what's going on here. So thanks, I've got it. You... I've also got it. Need 2 of these immediately. I wonder if there's a benefit to doing it like that. Just put them, it doesn't matter, Paul. Or it does. I was thinking about something else. So if I visited 4 times symmetry with snapping, you at the top, you at the bottom, grab the whole thing, put it on its side, okay, and then the crew goes in, add Bob. I don't know if it's, if we need him there, or if it's of any virtue or not. We throw that out onto the pad, and then we'll start rolling our roller around in a rollerly fashion and see if it doesn't, survive. It could just fucking explode as soon as we start trying to take it anywhere. But, yeah, okay, so observe mystery goo and crew report. Stack those in. Bob Kerman comes out. He's on the wrong side. He's on the other side. Doesn't matter. Does it? Doesn't it? Because you're going to need to take the data out of there and then... well, actually, I wouldn't, but let's just take the surface sample, get the EVA report, board. That's all of the science that we'd get from there. And then we roll without a whole lot of control of where we're rolling. Wow, the torque. You know what I might even do? Is, if I Just disable it. Just toggle torque on one of them. Okay? Means we'll be using less electricity as we go. It also means that it won't spin as fast. It'll be a little bit more controllable. Also, I can start to get a sense of like when I should be doing, you know, what's right and what's left. So when I'm seeing these, well, now it's completely fucked because who even knows? But like when I'm rolling these, it's possible to learn how to fly this, basically how to steer it, and it's basically steer it when you've got the windows, you know, showing upright. And there might be a better way to build this that'll fly, that'll steer straighter or something like that. See? Yeah. As long as you steer when the windows are upright, then the directions are correct. I did a little bit of steering there wrongly at the wrong time. This seems very, very slow. What about a build it top connected to top? Sorry. A build it top connected to top. You might want to rephrase that so that it makes the slightest bit of sense. Observe the mystery goo. And then I was supposed to crew report at the same time. Crew report, both of you. This is Bob Kerman getting out. And you would do surface sample. And an EVA report. Yes. And then we'd carry on to the next site. This seems really goddamn slow. Like really, really stupidly, horribly, irrationally slow. You know, the roller's just not going to go straight enough or fast enough, you know, and would probably rip itself apart. So I think we do want to fly it instead. I'm just holding it down at full speed right now. See what we can do. Yeah, I don't think that's going to work out very well. It'd be a really difficult thing to try and make work. So revert this flight to vehicle assembly. Build top to top. Ooh. Yeah, that's how I did the roller in the first fucking place. You're right, instead of the pods being butt to butt, top to top. What about build it top connected to top? Now that makes sense. Now that makes sense. Let's try that. I think that is how I did it. It's how I did it originally. And we're in the VAB right now, but it hasn't loaded. Yeah. So I clicked the exit VAB button and then game went and crashed there, didn't it? Just gonna Alt F4 the, you know, Unity thing and then close the program. This, by the way, has no mods in it whatsoever. We loaded a craft out onto the pad, rolled it around a little bit, reverted to the VAB, it crashed. Kerbal Space Program, ladies and gentlemen, a product that they sell for money. I ain't kidding you either. Wide part at the ends and goo by 8 in the middle. Yeah. Yeah. I could even potentially do goo, just 6 of them, but we'll definitely do the 8. Hopefully KSP2 doesn't have the same crashing issues. Well, as long as it's not made by the same people, we'll have a chance. Because it ain't just crashing issues. It's just poor programming, along with poor game design, and basically all the things done poorly. Theory crafting, delete. Well, we don't have to, actually. We didn't do anything in this after I remade it, so we'll just come back in. As long as it's an entirely different group of people working on it, then we have a chance in hell. Otherwise, is doomed. So you... I guess down will be more consistent for me. And then you... If they have alternate pairings, you know, control directionality. Well, it'll be one of the craft will decide what the directionality is, so it doesn't actually matter. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. So science, these guys, and then, ooh, we could actually just do 8, like that, ain't it great, mate? And then, I mean, would you do this in a speed run? I couldn't tell you. I'd need these to be attached, like, no, dead metal, and then 3 on absolute. Hold them to snapping. They're straight up and down. Fucking merge them in. You go any further in, son? Okay, you disappear if you go any further in. You should actually have clearance with 1 tip down. I am concerning myself with how fast it is possible to put something like this together. And I don't think there's any benefit to putting Bob in the craft. We had, on that last flight, we were getting 9 science from, you know, the surface samples and things that Bob was doing, which I'm pretty sure is exactly the same as what Jeb was getting when he was alone. So I don't know if there's any benefit when you're playing in science mode to having a Kerbal, you know, a scientist do the collection. I'm just loading this out. So with Jeb, don't know which pod you're in, Jeb, but let's do from here, observe the mystery goo. You do a crew report. You didn't, because there's nobody in there, so it's this side, crew report. Okay, and then Jeb, if that's where you are, then you're actually blocked and can't come out right now. EVAU. And then EVA surface sample, bang bang, those things done, reboard, and we would go. And we are bouncing on these, is how it looks to me anyway. And graphics are glitching out because it is Kerbal Space Program. I'm not in a fizz warp mode here either. Okay, so from here, come to a full and complete stop. Observe the mystery goo. And crew report, stack those 2. Oh, you did not pick it up. Alright, that was my oversight there. Jeb, get out. You need to take the data. You need to EVA and surface sample from the crawler way. You need to reboard. You need to give me that crew report, kid. And then we carry on. Wrong direction. Okay. You get some friction. Ooh, yeah. Trying to steer this is, you know, impossible. If I get a straight line, and then I start going on it, try and keep some of the speed. We've got a 12 meter per second impact tolerance on most of this shit, I guess. Yeah. I think this is just going to be too goddamn long to do. And the, you know, alternative is looking more and more viable to me. Right? Because we fly a dude and we do a little bit of hopping with, you know, we land in one place, we do another SRB, you know, fire a second staged SRB somewhere else. This, it seems doable, doesn't it? Does it not seem doable to you? Because this is just going to take too goddamn long. It's totally doable as well, but it's going to take too goddamn long, even considering that it's going to put us ahead of the game a little bit. I think the other way is the better way. Revert to vehicle assembly. Don't crash, don't crash. Hey, there you go. So let's wipe this out and start again. Several SRBs and parachutes. Now, that's problematic in having multiple parachutes, because... but I suppose if we build out from an SRB, so... if we have one SRB and then others. I mean, we could, like, burn them off, which is the way that, you know, it used to be done. Just fire the next SRB and it will blow off the one below it. It just doesn't need to be done. It might be better, but let me just, you know, this. Ooh. They're not really gonna fit, are they, Pawn? How far up can I have this? Have you there? Yeah. Yeah. Let's try that. And then thrust limit to, you know, where we've been, more or less, because we want similar flight. We want to come down quicker, though. 14, is that enough to even get where we want to go? Get the height that we need. Let's test it and see. The TWR is 2.41. Let's test it and see. So if I launch you... Rex, hello! Welcome. I'm gonna head to sleep. Good luck with routing. Thank you, Karlerheim. So from here, we do all the things. Let's just test this first and foremost before we do all of the things. So I'll F5 from here. And if I fire... Yeah, okay. Oh, I forgot to stage. So I'm supposed to stage it? Should I stage it, Eurasian? I should stage it. I forgot to do the staging. Although, well, let's try that first. Fuck the staging, because wouldn't it be cool in your speedrun if that was if that was part of it, to forget the staging? So I need to burn west. And just go straight to the VAB. Let's see how that works out. Let's be slightly more conventional about it and do the staging. So, like that, parachute goes out, and we explode, because I didn't get high enough. Sure. Okay. SAS, F5 with the fucking SAS on. Oh, redo the staging. F5 with the staging, although the game may or may not recall that. We've already seen that. We go higher. Fire the parachute, because in midair I would need enough time. That is pretty consistent for that, but we need to be, I want to be more over there. So I'm going to revert back to vehicle assembly. We put the fuel back in that I took out, and we just fly it better, I guess. Or thrust limit it even more. 20 and 28. And stage it this time, so you don't have to fuck around with that. No, when I dragged it into the box, what I meant was for it to be in the box. Shockingly, game. So, presuming that we'd done all the things, then we'd do this. Fire you there. Where am I going to land? This looks like VAB territory. So, we drop down. And we're not doing the science, we're just looking at the feasibility of the science. Whoa! And then we spin and pull in any one of the directions. in order to fall over. Okay, just maximum spin speed, and then pull. Maybe spin well both of them. Get some spin going, and then 2 directions. I did this before we had the weight of those on us. There we go. And then we're a roller. So we take the data. And that would be the VAB from here. Observe the mystery goo. From the VAB. Okay, we can blow that off, apparently. Does that make life worse? Or better? I don't imagine this is a biome, right? This wouldn't exist here until you'd unlocked some things. Observe mystery goo? Yeah, it's still the VAB. Good, just getting the information that we need. So then spin and go. So we start closer, and then little adjustments. So that would be, we'd get landed, and then we'd get VAB, and then we'd roll our way over here to administration. Let me just check where we are. Still the VAB, good. And then as soon as we cross, well shit, that's the SPH. Ooh, and I'm much further away from certain things than I thought I was going to be. Observe mystery goo. That's the SPH. Okay, and then from here, we get going. Can I get you directional toward the astronaut center? So that's 1, 2, 3 sites that we've already taken, or that we would theoretically have taken. And then over here somewhere, we observe another mystery goo at the astronaut complex, and then from here we'd run out of electric charge and be fucked. If we did the roller plus the launch, it's kind of looking like the trying to get the extra 45 is just too much effort, really hard. Revert flight to VAB. Take me out here. And if I did get it, then what we'd be buying is this. And we'd get the Science Junior early. One Science Junior report. Well, we'd be sending a scientist on the next mission so that they could take the Science Junior, but all they'd ever get a chance to do if we do orbit Kerbin low would be, you know, launch pad landed plus we could get high orbit, and we could get space, and we could get flying over wherever we return and landed where we return. That's a lot of fucking science right there. It might be worth it to have the extra science. I think we need to keep working on this after a live stream break. Get a little distance from it, mainly get the distance from it while getting closer to a toilet, because I personally could use one right about now. And if you could use one, then join me in not joining me, because it's the bath. Leave me alone while I'm in the bathroom. In this 7-minute break, maybe back here in 7 minutes, because Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. We're in for a grind here. Is that good? We're kerbling, and we're theory crafting the speed run. And what we're doing right now, I'm just going to set this aside in my mind. We're working on it. We're going to keep working on it. But this is the concept of mystery goo early. You know? In a speed run, that's how things, early mystery goo early, that kind of thing. So we're crafting the concept of, can we get the 108, something like that, science that we need in order to unlock mystery goo early. So, taking some time away from it, stepping away during the live stream break, thinking it through, what if we flew better? What if we flew better instead? I don't know. That's an interesting idea, Pawn. I don't know if that's going to work. We need to hit 6 sites. We need to hit 6 sites with mystery goo, 6 different biomes. So if we 6 site the mystery goo here, 6 of you guys on top of that parachute, like so. Okay? And then we went for the 2-stage, which was something that was suggested earlier, but we went for a 2-stage, so 3 instead. And then you guys, again, let's just start with, like, not a lot of solid fuel, very thrust limited. What's the thing and the stuff and the guys for that? So you get into your own node. Fire you guys. It's 2.7 meters per second thrust on 28 fuel. We want 2.7, 2.3. I don't want this to get out of control. So, somewhere around 13.5. Let's try this. 6 goos with 6 boosters. Hey, could do that, couldn't we? That would be quicker to build. But it would mean once we're down, these would all have to fucking explode. There's your next problem, Pawn. Is that these would all have to explode if that's how you're going to do it. Okay, different concept. We burn one of them off. So you would be... I haven't done this in ages, too, for, like, burning one off. But if the thrust limiting was background 23 or something like that, solid fuel still where it is, and then you should not be the same. You're not. Good. You're at a 20 and something else. But for you, like, the thrust limiting would have to be, like, high to burn it off. Let's try at 50 and see if this will burn this off, and then set you down to almost no solid fuel. Oh, there's the other problem then, Pawn. There's the second problem, which is the parachute. So I was trying to, set it up without having to explain what I'm thinking to you, because isn't that always fun? If we could land on top of the VAB, which I said before, and then launch again, with a second stage, get ourselves down, and then roll to the sites that we needed. We need 6 sites total. That's the launch pad. That's... what we're doing right now is astronaut complex, flagpole, administration, pole administration, and then leaving the area, because just going out back administration down the hill should put us into just like grasslands or something, not specifically administration anymore. That's 5. We need a 6th landing area. It's tricky because it's like, we gotta do it fast, We gotta do it fast. R&D. I mean, if we go that side, we need the 6, so the idea is to put them all in a line, and we could get VAB, we could just do it with the roller if I did it well. But as I'm trying to imagine this and saying to myself, if this takes more than like 4 minutes from the moment that we start the run, then it's probably a waste. It's probably a loss. Probably. And could I mean, if I'm going to do this, then I might as well just burn to the edge of the VAB and roll it around. Runway's too far. What's the speed of launching, recovering new hoppers for each mini biome direct from the KSC screen? Hey. Hey. That's PSA when? Public service announcement when? That's our extra biome, is just getting it at the fucking spaceplane hangar. Right? Just get the runway for a quick launch and recovery. Yeah. Which means that we don't have to do this VAB shit. Which means that it comes down to what we started out with. Which was... how many? We got six of you on there now? We had 4 before. We need to get 5 and then the 6th. So the 5 are again. Launch pad, we get the midair. That's we've counted that separately, and we still need 6 total. So the administration's building, the thing, the flagpole, and then we don't, and then we leave, and then leave. Can I do that quickly enough? And that's 5. 5 of these goo containers get used then. Plus the 1 for midair. Shall we try walking through it? He was just trying for 3 launches for the run. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's going to be possible to get it down to 3 launches, but if we can get goo early, it might make it... I don't know. I don't think 3 launches is going to be possible. I think we need to land Minmus once in order to get what we need for this. And if that's the case, then, you know, how is this helping? Well, it's helping in that on our second build, we'll be able to do mystery goo, and we'll be able to do a container, science container that will be able to grab all of the science back for us. Is this, does it go anywhere? Is what I'm sitting here asking myself now. As hard as I'm working for mystery goo early, does it go anywhere? Does it get us something? Because this is one hell of an opening, I'll tell you that. Like, we'd have to get... In the run that we did yesterday, world record holder in about 2 minutes, I believe it was, manages to grab launch pad, midair, and landed at like administration, and then gets the Kerbal out, runs over, grabs some surface sample data, just with the Kerbal in their pockets, from, you know, something else, from the astronaut complex. And then is done. That's in 2 minutes, and starts building the next ship. Deploying to runway may not be considered a launch. Yeah. I'm not worried about that. But that's like a 2-minute run right there to grab all of that data up, and then just go. I'm thinking mystery goo early might not be worth it. And there's a lot more to route here. Shall we come back to mystery goo early? Because I don't know that it's worth the effort. At this point, anyway. I think the harder that I try for it, it's going to be like trying to get really good at one very specific trick. It's like deciding to learn Super Mario 64 and starting with, I'm going to, you know, get the perfect... you know, BLJ from underneath that puts me right through the door when, you know, it only saves like 30 seconds or something if you just learn to run the fucking game. So I think this is for that's a routing issue not to be addressed today. At least, yeah, not now. So then the build for this was just this. If we go back to the way this was before, it was 4 of these, and I think it was 4 of these. As such, thrust limited to 27-ish with 28 on there, and then we launch, and let's walk through the run, do all of these steps first. And then we'll get to the second launch and deal with it. So from you, it'd be observe the mystery goo while I get a crew report. Bang, bang, both of you. Then Jeb steps out. I need you to go ahead and take the data out of there because you're going to clear, resets the crew report for us. EVA and surface sample, boom, boom. Jeb gets back in. SAS is on. F5 me and fly. Wrong direction, Pawn. Wrong direction. Okay, did you recover it? You did not. Parachute out, and we're dead. I was trying to do it more at the usual, like, speedrunnery kind of a speed, but we should still be here with SAS on, ready to go. I went down instead of the correct direction, so you guys, like so. I've overturned, I've oversteered. Parachute goes out. Are we high enough? How close are we to another biome? Not very close at all. But we're immediately on our side, which is actually helpful to us. Okay, that's interesting. But no, we need to get out in midair for it. Yeah, okay. So from here, no. Fuck. It's forward to go down. Like that. And then fucking just get high. Like that. Bring the parachute out. Well, we're in midair. Now we'd hit another mystery goo. And another crew report. Bang, bang. Jeb will get back out onto the craft. We'd EVA. And we would grab the crew report, take the data out, put it back in, and then 4 times phys warp down. This is a pretty good place to be. Hit the ground like so. And then once we're on the ground, 1 more mystery goo, 1 more crew report. Bang, bang. Jeb gets out from the ladder, surface sample, EVA report, yes, yes. Store your experiments. This is the way the current run goes. Get up, start running, and I don't know where we got that from. Fuck me. I don't know where any of that data came from, so it's either here that we need to be or over there. Fuck it. Fuck it. It's not the actual speedrun, Pawn. We got it from the spaceplane hangar? Do you have something in your pockets? You know, alright, well, I'll trust you. Spaceplane hangar, then this will be the astronaut complex from here. We do surface sample, EVA report, that's astronauts, and recover. That's how it's supposed to start. It's only supposed to take about 2 minutes. Our speedrun took a little over 3, I believe. We only get 11.4 back from him, but then when we recover the craft, we have 64.3. We didn't actually get the 65.1 that we usually get, but that's fine. So from there, we buy into all of this, which is fair enough. Like, there's nothing in here that I wouldn't buy. You know, potentially this stuff, but it's going to make the run so much fucking harder. And even if I just took these 2, which are definitely necessary, we're only left with 19.3, which means, you know, we can't buy any of the 45 tier stuff. So just go through there. And now we got all of these parts to work with for the second craft. The second craft is meant to be built to do a polar orbit of Kerbin. And I'm going to go to my sheet on what the second craft is built as. And maybe we'll just put it together and then we'll look at it and say, what can we do that would be different and would be better? So, he does a decoupler, because he doesn't use, you know, we don't have anything for return yet. We don't have any ablaters or anything like that. He puts in a service bay. And then in the service bay, he puts 3 of each kind of science. And on this mission, you know, it doesn't... I was saying, like, these could be surface mounted. But they have to survive re-entry heat when they come back in. We could experiment with that and not fuck around with the service bay. Let's experiment with that and not fucking around with the service bay. So if I had the thermometer, the barometer, and the goo, all on the outside. And the goo's the one that's like, ooh, and the goo? But yeah, and the goo is my premise here. Just collect the data from them. Yeah, before we re-enter. But that means that we don't have to throw the service bay on there. The other way that we could go is just bring the fucking service bay back with us. That'd probably be easier, wouldn't it? You know, the service bay works as a pretty good ablator. We'll be coming down slow enough that the service bay would hold together. Why are we dropping the service bay and coming down like this and taking the time of getting out of the pod and recollecting all this shit in order to move it back in? Fuck it. I'm gonna go with this. This is even less. This is even less work. So next thing, in order to actually get us there, he builds a 6 stack out of these boys. So now we got that. And then we go to the radials and decouplers and stuff. But that doesn't make a lot of sense. I think you go to the swivel, get that, and then pull out the thumper, and then go back to the decouplers. Throw you on. You on squarely, you are. And then fins definitely. Nose cones optionally. Oh, when you click there it changes the thigh. See why it's been changing. And then he sets these to 77.5 and 656. Which would be on those. Now let's look at what that delta V actually is for his takeoff. He burns everything together, he drops those, he does that and that. It's 2.64 the way that he's thrust limited these. We're carrying less weight because we didn't bring along the... what's it? Make it pawn fuel efficient. It's kind of what I'm thinking. What if, you know, if this is polar... And let's drag this out to its own stage here. Let's put you on your own stage so we can see what's actually happening. That's actually really, like... It's really good. That is a really clean, straightforward design. I mean, it's more than you need. We're talking 3600. This is at sea level. If I attach you guys to down here, I'm just curious if we could get away with less liquid fuel. $12 and $22. And then at altitude, we're talking about 15 and 28. 15 and 28. There's no real reason to not bring the extra fuel if you can lift it, and it's easier to build in 2s and 3s than it is to build 1, 2, well, 1, 2, another stack, and then 1 off the bottom. That's fine. It's no big deal. I mean, it's straightforward, it gets the job done. If we didn't thrust limit anything, we're at 2.87 like that. If we went down to 2 SRBs, what do we get? I want to put the SRBs on that line. 2 SRBs without any thrust limiting, probably still capable of doing this. Could make us fly a little better if I did that as well. It's always nice making the ship your own, kind of a thing. Give it a try. Give it a try, just give it a launch. We will fire everything at once, however. So, back to sea level, you guys, and then you'd break off, and then you'd break off, and we'd come home. Okay. And Jeb is the guy who we bring on this? Yeah. Okay. Let's see, the main issue here, the main thing that's going to save us a lot of time if this works, is just putting all of those on the outside instead of putting them in a bay. Because the world record holder actually sets them all up on, he like stickies all of their things in a 3x3 column, all of their UIs at launch, so that he can then click them each, you know, without having to fuck around, I guess, while he's going. And then recover them all. And if that's not necessary, you know, if it's not so difficult to fly the ship that you can't right-click these as you need them and hit them. Wasn't it, Bob, so you can reset the goos? No, not on this flight. On this flight, it was all one-shots. Everything was a one-shot. Let's just put it out on the pad flight, see what happens. So, SAS on, throttle to full from here. Do we do anything? We pin the UI for all science in 3x3 columns, close the bay, which we don't have, then we launch all engines together, fly north, throttle to 0 at 3K, and attempt fizz warp while SRBs burn. Alright. So, yeah, just fire. And we'll pull down a bit to, like, there. And then he throttles to 0 once he hits 3K. I'm going to throttle to 0 at 300 meters per second is what I'm going to do. Like so. And then when we're going up, and the SRBs are still burning, I just observe mystery goo. Okay, that's not the thing. Give me log pressure data. That's flying at Kerbin. Log temperature. Flying over Kerbin's shores. Fine. And we've gone very much up. Drop those. And we've already got an apoapsis in space because I never turned down. So that's difficult. But we're still going up, and I can just burn circular. Hey, we got the 3 pieces of data we were supposed to get. And if I just burn down here on the north as we go, maybe a little bit this direction even, till we hit 80 kilometers. We've hit 80 kilometers, and then you can just follow your prograde as we come up. The next thing that we would do is we're supposed to collect from here as well while we're going up, so we get you know, high. Observe mystery goo, log pressure data, bang bang, and then log temperature, upper atmosphere has been collected, and then we would get upper atmosphere EVA from Jeb at above 65. EVA. Thank you. I think I was supposed to get a crew report. EVA plus crew report. Ah, shit, in space near Kerbin. I missed it. I missed it ever so slightly. Now we are in space. From in space, we'd do the rest of it, right? Yeah, so observe mystery goo. Okay, you got in my way. Log the pressure data. Log the temperature. So that's all of those things. And then Bob would get out. Take an EVA. This is from Grasslands. You would take the data out of there so we could do another crew report later. And then it's just a focus on getting all of the things you can get on this path. Oh, I was supposed to burn orbital. I may have forgotten to burn into orbit. That's a small issue for us. Very small. Not a big deal that I didn't remember to actually acquire the orbit before I launched us down. No biggie. No biggie whatsoever, really. just SAS. See how much Delta V we have. Yep, it was no biggie. Alright, carry on. So that's good. That's the kind of thing that can go wrong and you'll still be okay. We are at 62 right now. Our AppWaps is not actually space, so we need to keep burning. Okay, AppWaps is now space, Periaps is quite low. We're fine now. So now we focus on the EVAs. EVA-U, we want Highlands. Upper atmosphere, that's... We already got that. We need to be in space for these to count. Alright. Alright. I'm going to revert the flights so that we can do it again from the launch. You know, second day doing the speed run. First time I did it, I was warm on it. We just walked through it. I did it very well. We're testing a new ship. But I'm very encouraged by the fact that that launch went well. We were able to do all the things that we need to do when we needed to do them. So just fire. And head to the north. Head to the north. And when our surface speed hits 300, I'll kill those engines. It didn't really head to the north very well. While we're going up, though, I will continue. In fact, you can just follow your prograde while I do this. Observe the mystery goo. Damn it. Trying to get them all quickly. Log the pressure data. Log the temperature. And then keep trying to steer down. We're out of those, so fire them. Drop them and actually... Yeah, you didn't pay attention to your periapsis there, to your AppWapsis there. I really like this. Let's do that again, because I really liked what we did the first time, which was I just set it, went up, and then once I got done with the SRBs, I just fired lateral to get until we had our AppWapsis up. I really liked that. This is... That's not... That's like the ship from earlier. So that's... I went to the F9 for the cool. Cool. If I revert to launch, where will this take me? Fuck. Apparently I F9 instead of clicking the revert button. Okay. Okay, so this is before we did anything. Before we... Just go back to the Space Center. And then I go to the vehicle. I'm doing great, yeah. I go back to here. Okay, so we still have the craft. We still have the craft, good. So 2, save. Alright. Alright. That's what I wanted to make sure, was that the ship was auto-saved. So go back out, and we'll have to fly the fucking starter mission again in order to unlock the science that we need. God damn it. So we've already gotten the science that we needed from here. And then, like that. Parachute out. Well, we're coming down. Observe the mystery goo. Shit. EVA. Collect this data. No. EVA, and then I need your EVA report. I didn't get the crew report, though, did I? And we're supposed to get there. We were really close last time. Fuck it. We're just grinding it in so that we can get to where we need to be. You, Observe mystery goo. Yeah, and then at the same time, oh fuck it, get out of my way. Crew report me, yes. EVA. EVA. Surface sample. Fucking store your data, I guess, and then drop off. And then take me to any other place. Where were we? I don't even fucking know. I'm gonna go to the spaceplane hangar because we sure as fuck weren't at the spaceplane hangar. But just get me through. If we gotta launch a little thing at the SPH to clear up the science so we can keep moving forward on the theory crafting, then that's what we'll do. Take a surface sample, get me that EVA report, and recover. Hopefully that's it. So you've got 11 in your pockets. You bring back 49.4, puts us up to 60, which is 3 less than what we need. So we'll slap something out at the spaceplane hangar. You, with you on you. Maybe such a sit upright. And then observe the mystery goo. It's worth 3. Puts us up to 63 that we need. Take a crew report. 64.5. I would like this to be like more what we expect to have. Fuck it. Fuck it. Fuck it. That's enough. I don't want the other. Because I want it to be right around what we would have as we continue theory crafting it. So 67.7, a little bit more than the 65.1. But we can, fail to remember that later. Buy into all of these. And now we can launch that ship again. So launch pad number 2. That's the ship. Jeb, you can pilot it. Put us back out on the pad. This time, I'll hit the F5 button. Which will SAS. And then I'll hit the F5 button. And then since we're not going to get that... Yeah, it all makes sense. Alright, so, once again, throttle to full. Everything's ready to go. Then go. Pull down to like 70 from the start. And we're immediately like flying, so I could just start doing this. Hit the mystery goo. Nope. I will kill the engines now, and then log the pressure data. Take the thermometer. All flying over Kerbin's shores. Lovely. And then from here, pull up that. Just to watch our apoaps. These 2 SRBs, all by themselves, got us all that way. And then the idea was that from here, I burn down onto the north. Whoa! Try and hold there, if you will. And fire hard. And then we can just, push our apoaps around. While this is going on, I'll wait until it hits 80, and then I'll stop it. And now we're at 40 kilometers, so I'll observe the mystery goo. Damn it. I want to click them, as quickly as possible. Then you. Yes. And then crew report is what right now? From upper atmosphere, might as well take that. F5 from here, because that's all of the things that we need to do. And the flight went just fine. And then warp us up to where we step out for the EVA. B65, you, sir. Give me an EVA report. From upper atmosphere, good. Reboard. Oh, wait. Actually, while you're out there, what I could have had you do is take the data out of there, which will make space for the next crew report, which would be right now, actually. So, crew report from space, and you could have EVA'd if I could have just left you on the ladder. Things to bear in mind, or, keep in mind. We're at 75. I will not forget that I need to burn again. So we're in space now. Collect all of these, and this will be this will be high atmo, and it'll be space on all of those things. And then once more, with the EVA. EVA report is Kerbin's Grasslands. And you could actually, reboard, because the next best place, F5ing again, the next best place, well, you need to, pawn, what? You need to, finish the circularization. Okay. Good call. So we'll continue burning, and I should burn a little bit toward the sky, for this apoapse being as it is, where it is, how it is. Give me stability assist. Stop fighting me. Push it ahead of me. And just hold it. And you're running away. Periapse is not quite there. If I burn down. And we're circular. At a decent height. Now F5. And you hold your prograde for me if you can. Because what I'd like to do now is be getting mountains and things. Mountains and highlands. And you just might be in the right place. Mountains, good. Store it. And then EVA, because highlands will be right next to it. Yep, store it. And is there anything else below us that we want to get? Nope, we're good. Reboard. So from here, we'll warp to anything else. Shores. Coming up. So get back out on EVA. And EVA report. Grasslands, no. EVA report. Grasslands, no. EVA report. Grasslands, no. EVA report. Grasslands, no. I'd love to be looking down right now, but the moment that I turn to look down and see where we are, there's shores, thank you. Store it. The moment I turn was going to be the moment that we passed over shores, and now we're over water. Perfect. So we got both of those. And then from here, F5. Why isn't the B indet pronounced properly? Debit? Debit? The world may never know, Jim. How could we ever tell? Could you please be on your prograde? It will just make things so much nicer. EVA. You. Give me the EVA report. This is from the Northern Ice Shelf. Thank you. Just reboard. And then up here, we're looking for over, like, the poles or something. So EVA gain. And it's still Ice Shelf. That's the caps. And now we need Tundra. So store that experiment. And I should pin this if he's going to be out for long. We need Tundra. And Tundra is actually none of the white stuff, apparently. Oh, shit. The way that we're passing, I'm worried about there not being any Tundra. EVA. 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 We got Tundra. Thank you. Reboard. Now it's just deserts and South Cap, if I recall correctly. Not at 4 times warp. In fact, F5. That's another, like, mountains and shit. Good second grab if we missed it the first time. This camera mode is no longer working for me. So, no deserts. But here's the South Pole for us. EVA. Southern Ice Shelf, grabbed. No, I hit the... Okay, good, the view changed back. F5. And then ahead, well, where's ahead? Goddamn magnetic south. Ahead, deserts, and then we can land. I don't want to get close to those mountains. EVA, because it might count as the wrong thing. EVA, water. EVA, deserts. And I believe that's that. And then we'd go retrograde. And burn our periapsis down to negative 360. Perfect. Negative 350. We ran out of fuel. That works very well, I would say. And then from here, we could get out and collect, or we could just come back with it. I'm F5ing right now because I want to find out if we can just come back with it. If I can just do that, and then, you know, fizz warp. SAS off. 4 times. Could set up the parachute. Minimum pressure, I didn't mean to click on that, but altitude, since we're coming down over water, we could do this at 750. Can't stay for the stream, but we route for our boys, says Diggity D. Indeed we do. It's all good. At 4 times fizz warp, all of that survives. There's no issue with that. I didn't know Pawn was live now. My day has gotten better. Dirt Racer, welcome to the routing session. Now, when's the soonest at F5? It's the latest that I could pop this parachute. At 3K, I pop it. 4 times fizz warp, opens at 750. Okay, so that was early on the parachute, I guess. Maybe I should have put it down to 700 to get us down. I could have had flying over water with the EVA. Right there, right? I could have done something. I'm not sure. But if we, you know, do all the things, can't because I didn't overwrite it. I need to pull that out again before we, yeah. But EVA me, give me the EVA report and the surface sample from the water, and then take the data out of here, and reboard, and crew report me. And recover vessel. And that's 201 science total. We got 196.5 out of it. What we need, according to our sheet, is 180 for his routing. So I like that ship. It should be a little bit quicker to build. It should be a little bit quicker to fly. Only thing is I didn't do any like fizz warping while I was flying, which could help speed things up, and maybe that's a consideration in his build, but I like that ship. I'm good with that ship. I'm happy with it. It's also just what we need and nothing more. You know, we ran out of fuel as we got the descent that we wanted. So back in here, we have 201 to spend, and are all of these things strictly necessary? Flight control, for example, with a small inline reaction wheel that we haven't been using, doesn't seem that it's particularly necessary. If we've got 200 science coming back, we need to make some you know, decisions in our life. Now, these are worth 90. So we're gonna need a Terrier and Thuds in that fuel tank. So that's a purchase. That's an easy yes. Out of here, the TD25 decoupler, that's for the 2.5 meter stuff. If we don't build with the 2.5 meter stuff, then we don't need anything from here. I mean, to unlock things later, but we don't need anything from there necessarily. Don't need plane parts. We're going to say that we don't need flight control. Gonna need the science, obviously. So we now have the ability to buy one tier from either up here or down here. If I look down here, we can get electrics, which gives us a probe. And I can do this with a probe. That's within the rule set if I wanted to octo this. Although, why would I? We get more control otherwise. We could have adapters, separators, and docking ports. Or we could have the hitchhiker storage container, ladders, and some wheels. None of that particularly helpful. Heavier rocketry. We can go up to the sidekicks, the skipper, and the poodle. This is for a Minmus landing, is what we would be doing at this point. We could have a Spark, Ant, the Mite, the Baguette, and the Oscar B. I'd love to do it with a Spark. You know me and Sparks. I love a fucking Spark. It's interesting. And then here are the big old fuel tanks and whatnot we could get into immediately. And we'd get the tall fuel tank if we bought into there. That's also curious. Now the ship that we would build in his routing is what? Let's start building what he builds and see where we would choose to change it. Thank you for your time, Kerbal. Thank you for the it's been about an hour since the last time it crashed. Is it telling us that it's time for another live stream break, do you think? Close the program, please. Don't tell Microsoft about it. They don't need to know. Think that it's telling us that we need another live stream break? Because we might as well. But I like what we've done with the second ship. It's no big, deviation from anything that we're doing already. But this is the place where I feel in the run where we can really start playing with the R&D tiers, with the tech tiers, with what we're going to buy. Because we've got wiggle room here. We can, only get 2 tiers and then buy one of the 100 or one of the 90 tiers in order to get us something that helps us and puts us a little bit further ahead in the game of it if we want to. It'll be curious. We'll just keep running in this direction and see what comes of it anyway, which will be happening 7 minutes from now after this brief live stream break, brought to you by Comcast, which is technically correct because this live stream is going out over Comcast, which as of a few days ago notified me that they now want $108 a month for the internet that I've been paying $68 a month for until now. But, it's not like that kind of price gouging is going on, during a national crisis or anything. Did I say national? I meant global. We'll be back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere. Comcast sucks. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream here on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. Zorglob with a 25-bit midstream break cheer. Thank you very much, Zorglob, and Germasian posting the rules for the category that we're routing for today in chat. Unlock every node in the tech tree. Time starts upon the creation of the save file. Time ends upon unlocking the final node of the tech tree. Unmanned missions are allowed. This run... Shut up. This run uses real time. You must use a science mode save file. That is what we're running for today. This is what we're building off of, which is, I wrote this up off of the world record holders and the only one who's run the category, off of his routing, and we ran it yesterday for a time of 1 hour and 43-ish minutes. 42 something, 40, somewhere around there, 140. Pretty good. His is 117. It was our first time running his route from a script that I, wrote up. But we're evolving it now, we're building on it, and we're crashing Kerbal Space Program, an unmodded installation running just with the default settings. I only changed the resolution. It's crashed twice in 2.5 hours. just from like launching and reverting and F5ing and F9ing. This is the base game. How is it that my modded version of the game is more stable than the base game? Is that not what we've just seen here today? I guess I just don't do a lot of, you know, the way that I've been trying to play my normal mode save file hasn't involved a lot of, like, reverting and stuff like that, and I think Kerbal's just really fucking unstable for reverting. Theory crafting, that's where we're working in right now. And we're going to start building the third ship. So we've just run the first 2 in our script. There's only 4 ships total in the script. We've adapted the second ship in the run to be just something that I prefer and that works just as well and is easier to build and I think faster to like have to work with because it doesn't involve a service bay where all this shit is put inside and then you right click each of it and pin it, you know, ahead of time. Just while you're going up, right click, get the first thing. When you're in a high atmosphere, right click, gets the high atmo, and then when you're in space, right click, get it all, and then we don't like collect it and bring it back that way. We just bring it all back on this. None of it burnt up at a descent of negative 350 kilometers periaps from about 80 kilometers LKO orbit, which is I use my pin number with my LKO orbit. And welcome to the Department of Redundancy Department. That's the 64-bit version, now the only version. Works so well. But this is what we built off of. Now, imagine we get back from this run, we unlock just the 2 tiers that we unlocked just now, because we've got over 100 science left. We can unlock 1 of the big tiers, of the 90 science tiers if we want to, and that's what I'm saving it for, is to see if there's a better, you know, if there's a way that will work nicer for this. We want to build a ship that goes to Minmus off of this. So let's look at it from a speedrunnery kind of a perspective and say, if I just yanked everything off from there and set it aside, and then went over to science, we want to bring a science junior on this. We want to bring a experiment storage unit on this. And then all of that would return. We don't need all 3 of those, but why take the time ripping them off? You know, again, speedrunnery kind of perspective, leave it all as it is, add those 2 parts. This is what we want to deliver to Minmus. Yeah? Let me just look at, let's look together at the script for the third ship. Pod parachute ablator. We're going to need an ablator on this. That's something that needs to be added in. Decouplers, science junior, service bay with barometer, thermometer, experiment storage unit. So, yeah, nothing changes in our science except for the science junior. Goo near the ladder, because we're going to be resetting it, and it already is, at least the one that we'd be using. Action group it all, and the experiment storage, and put Bob in the seat. So at this point in the build, we need an ablator. Pull you off, add an ablator. For return. Put you back on. I prefer it high, but, you know, I won't fuck with it during the speed run. So at this point, we would action group all this stuff, and if we had action grouped it, as Dramacian was suggesting earlier in the build, then it'd already be ready to be ready. But this is going to do all 3 of them at once. Is it a problem? Is the game going to complain at me in a way that's going to be problematic? I don't think so. And this is why we wouldn't do the action grouping up front, because we could do the action grouping up front, but I'd have to, like, remove from symmetry. If I remove from symmetry, is this one still in symmetry? So I'd have to remove them all from symmetry, would be the idea. Could be worth our time. It's unnecessary. It's unnecessary going up, and I don't think that this is necessary either. Give me this guy because he's still in the symmetry mode. Throw you out, and let's put him back as he was. Because I'm thinking about this in terms of, you know, making it fast and not fucking around with things that don't need to be, you know, not overbuilding or, you know, not wasting time. So if I just said observe mystery goo on all of them at once, log pressure data on all of them at once, log temperature. I don't think it's going to be problematic. We'd want the crew report as well, and then we'd want the Science Junior to conduct its study, and that's the 5 things that go into the first one, I think. And then we would have collect all on the second button so that we can just collect it. And then the other thing that would happen here is at this point, since we're fucking around with it, Jeb gets swapped for Bob because we want a scientist who can reset this and this as we go, which should be fine to do from the ladder. And as long as he can reset one of them to run, then hopefully the game won't bitch at me. It will, won't it? Do you want to overwrite the data? We're going to run it like this first, and that's going to happen, and then I'm going to be pissed off. No. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to do that. So from here, I've still got this over here, and we need to build something that goes to Minmus. So I do that, pull you back over. Now the way that that the fella who designed this route did this, that we're modifying right now, was that he took off, or well, he didn't do it this way, but he added just 3 of these to the bottom of, in fact, it's not one of those, it's one of these, and then 3 of these, like so. Now that is 180 plus 90, 45 plus 135, so 315. That's how much that is? Am I right on that? 315... 180... It's 180 plus 45... Yeah, I'm right, aren't I? If it's 315, then, and this only stores 90, then what we'd really need is 180... I think we'll do what he does. It's quick enough. It's quick enough to do, and it worked for him. Why not? Yeah? Who's in for why not? So if we did that, and then we added in the engine of his choice, which was the Terrier. Now we could do this with something else, but for transfer and everything, fucking have the Terrier. That was his Minmus lander with toothpicks. Toothpicks added. Let's put them low. Okay, so we've already adapted it a fair bit, but that's his lander, and that lander says, at Minmus, it has 2,818 delta V at 19.75 TWR. That's lovely, I guess. So let's go back to Kerbin on these readings, and let's do altitude at 0, so sea level. Drop that, so you're not in my way. And what happens if I just put on the decoupler for this stage, drop these, and I just put you on? Where do we stand on all of that stuff? So that is you and you firing at the same time, which was how we had it. That's 1438 meters per second, everything burning all at once from the surface of Kerbin. So we need a lot more than that, is what we need. What he did was he created 4 off of the adapter that he bought into, that he had after purchasing in there. And we don't have that because we haven't bought into that. Which allowed him to get aerodynamics and some occlusion for attachment of each of those parts, and that's how he got enough liquid fuel and all that stuff. Let's build our own kind of a deal here, and start with like the lifter stage pawn, as you would usually. So if you're in here, because you'd go off at that time, then we've got 964 meters per second there with a TWR of 1.39. Which means that we do want more. We're going to need more than the one engine. And what kind of engines do we have available to us right now? We do have Thuds. We have no parts count limit or anything like that. If I had you guys, and then a thud on each. Because you're part of our transfer stage and everything. You look like you're on right, but you are not. Oh, it's because it's 3 times. I wanted 4. So now that has 1,773 meters per second from sea level. No, it doesn't. 1,725 from sea level at 2.46 meters per second. Or meters per second. It's 2.46 TWR. So it's overkill on that. Of course, we do want to be going up as fast as we can, but I'm curious to see 15, 16 at 1.2. And that's again without this engine in, you fucker. 1452 at 2.1. Okay. .7 at 1893. 4 boosters under the fuel tanks. 3 thuds? Yeah, well, we'll get around to the lifter for the liquid fuel stage in a moment. What if we did like that, and put all the engines back together, put them out. 1.5 TWR at 2,000 meters per second of delta V on this liquid fuel portion of what we've done here for whatever reason it is that we've done it here. And then, of course, all of this would have to be attached differently. In fact, like maybe the 2 of you... Fuck it. Yeah, I don't care. Wherever it is that you want to go. Actually, the way that you'd want to do this poem would be like that for stability, and throw that out upside down. It's just going to confuse building or something like that. The 2 of those, and then you guys would be not even necessarily have to be there. The thuds, is this going to be beneficial? We're looking at 0.9 for each of the thuds, and in comparison to, let's say, the Reliant, 1.25, going to give us a lot more, but less vectoring. The thuds are actually a good idea. Yeah, don't stray from that, because the thuds are going to give you incredible vectoring for keeping this thing straight as it goes. That's nice. 4 of those on those. And then, of course, we would throw that on there. Put all the engines together for the 9th time, because the game's stupid, and we see that we have a 1.5 TWR. That is my kind of TWR, but for, you know... for a speed run, we'll build for it anyway. We'll build this way anyway. Could have those, you know, on decouplers so that they fall away when we're done with them. Fuel piping and decouplers, dump the tanks in sets as you go if you dangle the tanks below. I'm already looking at this and saying, exactly how complicated have you made this craft, Paul? How complicated have you made it? And it's not that complicated yet. If I leave it all as one structure, it's easy to throw together. I don't gotta go reaching for decouplers. And it could end up looking really, really cool, because the next thing to consider, if we've got 2,000 delta V from surface in the liquid fuel, is the is these, and imagine, if you will, that I did this with the SRBs and had them at the wrong angles. That's going to be the biggest issue with something like this pawn, is what if you put them at the wrong angles? They're not at the wrong angles. Yes, they are. But how are you like the same closeness on that side then? Same closeness to the radial engine is what I'm seeing. Yeah, trying to build this in a way that you don't fuck it up is going to be an issue there, but that all, like, goes together, and that gives us in the... Where'd you put them all? You put them there. Yeah, group all that shit like that. That makes tons of fucking sense. You've only got 1.7 at launch with those 4 as such. Looks really cool, though. Oh, below. The SRBs could be below. Ooh, I like that. Although I've got the SRBs, like, saved from... Doesn't matter. It's interesting. So, yank that off of you. If I had SRBs below as such... Let's say I didn't have those and I had pulled these out from, you know, new, and I put you guys on there, and then I had this sitting over there still waiting for me to attach and build from. Throw out all that stuff. As, you know, all of the things have to be considered. How many of them? All of them. And if I do that, then they do that, and then okay. Okay. So let's say then I grabbed these. Shit, though. Are you going to be overlapping the... Just trying to think of, like, what's the best way to get this done that's the easiest to, like, build while we're building it. Actually does help me get them in line pretty well. Weird fucking stack, I'll tell you that. And then all the SRBs are grouped down here to fire at once with a 2 TWR and 1146 meters per second. And then when we went to drop shit, it's a lot of weird decoupler stuff that's going on there, Pawn. I know, right? But this is part of just theory crafting and figuring out what's going to work. So all those decouplers go away. You guys would end up getting held. Ah. So instead, if they're all going to burn together... Okay, I got an idea for this. And it'd go like this. You put it here. Yeah? Actually, throw all this shit away because it's just going to get in your way, at least for now. Then you can look at optimizing for that later. But you'd have decoupler there, and then 2 more of these, and then grab from the decoupler. And do like that. They're gonna wibble and wobble and shimmy and shake, though, is a bit of a thing there. Those 4 plus you all together, get rid of that node. 1153 with a 2 again, because we got 6 of them going. They don't have room for nose cones the way that I've attached them, but they give us enough wide enough base to stand on the launch pad. It's complicated, and therefore also interesting. Let's, at this point, alright, you are 3, by the way. Let's, at this point, head back out to the R&D, to the tech tiers, because we can buy one. So now that I've looked, you know, I've started building, what would, you know, be useful to us on building this ship and in this mission? None of that shit. And that won't be useful to us later either, any of that. We've got the bigger fuel tanks, which would need like adapters and stuff, which I did not purchase because that's back here. Propulsion systems, we get those little things, which are not particularly helpful to me right now. Or I could get the skipper for our liquid fuel and then not have to build the way that I'm building. Extra batteries? Do we have any batteries at this point? Yeah, we've got batteries. We got the little guys, that's fine. Fucking extra batteries in my goddamn speedrun. But the skipper... Like, what looks most interesting to me if we were to buy this way is, I mean, it's either the fuel tanks, the 2.5 meters, and then I just say, well, fuck it, the aerodynamics is going to be horrible because I don't do, like, any, I won't have anything to transition between the two. But I think the way we're building, like, what if I just had the big fucking skipper just slapped onto the bottom of the small, you know, liquid fuel stuff, and then I don't... I think you're fine for that, though, Pawn. I don't think you need to spend it, honestly. Imagine this. Imagine that I did this mission the way that I'm building right now and I didn't buy any of this shit, in which case we only need to unlock, you know, we can bring back 100 science less from the second mission. Imagine that. And then the third mission brings back, well... You still got to, like, get out to where you need to. I'm going to keep building on this, and as though we just don't need the fucking science. That would be goddamn nifty as hell, wouldn't it? And instead of getting all complicated and stupid like that, why not just, like, you, and then these guys... Fucking 6 of them. Baby. And that gives us a 2.15 with 1245 there. And then when we dropped that whole stack, which is way simpler, we fire up all of these, and we got 2,000 meters per second showing there, which gets us to orbit, and then some, and then we switch over to the top craft and we go. Let me just throw some nose cones on this and step back and look at it. It would be very neat, it would be very cool if we could use these engines as we went. You know? Right now they would explode something down here with where they are in reference to everything else. But I could move them up. Batteries for the first Minmus craft. They were certainly helpful before, weren't they? Some batteries somewhere. Just a pair. Pair there. A pair, though. A pair. Just a little bit extra. You know? Not trying to overbuild or be ready for everything. Although the higher you put them upon, the less they'll heat up when we're re-entering. Oh, you can put them here. And have 4 of them. Yeah. Not worried that much about aerodynamics, but I would like to be able to run these as we go. You know? For stability and control. Which would mean, like, all you guys would be down there in that grouping. Just concerned with how that ends up really working for... Let's pull you off at there, and then pull me the center of mass on this craft. The control that we'll need on this in order to continue moving through the atmosphere. You know, if I move them up, so like there... then, you know, we're steering from the front of the ship, from ahead of the ship. Would that be an issue, really, though? Is that problematic? You'll have less vectoring control. Let's leave them down here. And the other thing you could do, Pawn, that just might break the game, pull this off, put it back on, because I break the game a lot, actually. And then you come off, do that instead. Thank you. And then you come off, do like that, and then everything's perfect. In terms of symmetry, as can clearly be seen by the fact that it's not perfect in symmetry. I put them on wrong. Okay, put them back on. So straight in, unless I might be exampling how the game doesn't actually work correctly. So do this. Okay, they are perfectly in line there. Yeah. I'll take them off, put it back on. They're still perfectly in line. Okay, okay. It worked. I just misplaced it. But sometimes it does change where your shit is when you do stuff like that. Because you're abusing, at least the game thinks, you're abusing, you know, symmetry, mirror mode versus the other mode. It's wrong, but it's not that it thinks it. It's not that anybody thought about that system. It's that that's how that system works. If you guys are down there and then I do build this like this, you know, you're going to burn those off. And that being the case, is there a way for me to build these so that you're just not going to, you know? If I attached you there... You know, we had 6 of them before. 5 of them would actually do. So... Well, we had 7. So maybe it won't do. But if I did 4 times symmetry like that, then we can burn those at the same time as we burn these. What have we got in delta V? 4 of you plus you. We got a 1.8 off the pad with 1,000 delta V, and then 2,000 for the next stage. It could do. It could do. And before I do anything with, like, trying to strut things or auto-strut things or any of that shit, I'd kind of just like to see how it flies and how controllable it is on its own with these running. So all 4 of these drop down there. That's going to be way easier for, you know, doing the staging. And then when we drop that, we'd fire up this guy to come along with us. And then we drop that and do that. Let's see how this ship performs out on the pad. So who's in the cockpit? Because it's supposed to be Bob. It is. On the action groups, we've still got 1 and 2 action grouped. Let's just see how she flies. As is, even with these 2 fins here, for just because they were left over from the last craft. Because the idea is, slap this thing together as quick as possible. Use the bits from the last craft in order to make the next craft so you don't gotta rebuild everything from scratch. Throw it out there and see what happens. Maybe it's good, maybe it's bad. You know? I feel like we're making a lot of progress in this live stream all of a sudden. Wasn't it just 20 minutes ago that we came back from the live stream break and we're doing this? So we sit on the pad fine, that's a good thing. If I go back to my, you know, ship 3, we fire it once and collect and store science at upper atmosphere. Okay. So SAS, throttle to full, have you open, Bob Kerman, let's give her a try. Oh, she's a shaky ship. Oh boy, is she a shaky ship. It's a slight wobble, I'd say. Slight wobble. Follow your prograde. If I let it follow its prograde, then the wobble is totally containable and it's fine. It's not even problematic. If I tone down the throttle, because we were burning these completely, you know, hard. Okay, we're already at a 20k on the APWAPS. If I try and turn you down, I'm gonna need more LF to be able to do that. Alright, now we're on the LF. 49 kilometers. Just a bit shaky, I'd say. Just slightly, a bit of a wobble to it. So we might want to do some auto strutting. This is a long ascent is how it feels. It's definitely not a craft rushing to orbit, which is how we'd like it to be. Oh, we hit the apoaps there. So up to here. You know, we'll take it to orbit and then we'll revert and see what we want to do. Oh, okay. From high orbit, we'd hit this button. It gets us everything from upper atmosphere. And then I hit 2. It stores it. That did all of them at once, by the way. Now, Bob, we've got some time here still. So you'd get out, and I need you to restore that container, and I need you to restore this container. And actually, at this point, we would pin both of those because we'll be doing that several times. So you two, somewhere along there. And then while you're out here, go ahead and give me an EVA report. I guess we already have it and don't need or want it. Sure. SAS, get on your prograde. Is that what I'm supposed to be doing? Let me get my cheat sheet up over here. For ship 3. Collect and store at upper atmosphere, then secure the orbit, restore the goop in their UIs, burn for Minmus. Sure. So where are we? We're at 89? Fucking just burn. Just burn, Pawn. Whoa! Yeah, slightly wobbly ship, I'd say. Strop you. Find your prograde for me again. I'm gonna just give me SAS. And finish this burn. So we would want, you know, if we flew a little bit better, we'd have more of that to finish off this burn, which would be helpful. But in terms of Delta V to land Minmus and return, I think we're okay if we're going to have over 2,000. Which is what it looks like we're going to have. It's just the speed. The speed of this ship's launch sucks. I could be fizz warping through this, though. Through this part, anyway. Okay, so we're in orbit. We got that. I wanna check on this now. Okay, zoom all the way in, you fucker. I want to check on this now. If I hit 1 again, and all that comes in, and I click through it all, and then I hit 2, and then I get Bob out, and restore, and then re-enter. It didn't throw me any, oh, but I can't do that bullshit. It didn't throw any, oh, but something's full. And that's what I wanted to see, was whether or not it was going to complain because these are here. Are you trying to perfect your full science unlock speedrun or something? Just trying to develop one. Because we ran the other guys, so I'm trying to route something that would work for me a little bit better. We want to be pushing through... Yeah, a big part of this really comes down to, like, we don't want to really be on the Terrier, I don't think, until... Ideally, until we're already on our way to Minmus. You know? We want the big engine that'll get the burn done quick, along with us. Yeah, so flying this shows me that. So let's revert at this point. Back to vehicle assembly. Don't crash, don't crash. Ah, thank you. I think we rip everything off and start from scratch. and start with just, like, building up a column of liquid fuel. And then at the bottom of that liquid fuel, give me a Reliant for extra TWR. And then give me the same thing again, except this time 4 around you. Well, but not like that. And you'd want this to attach different. Well, maybe not. Maybe if I auto-strut it at the bottom. And then replace these with swivels. I said 4. I said 4. So many times have I told you 4. 4 is the number I'm looking for. Thank you. So you got that going on. You'd need to be lower. So at that point, that amount of liquid fuel, with you burning, it's only a 1.5 on the TWR. And that is at sea level. If the SRBs get us up to 10, it'll be 1.8. That's not bad. It's not bad for it. And that's 3,400 meters per second if it were thrown off at altitude. So then it would just be a matter of what sort of SRBs do we require, like how many, basically, in order to, you know, make this work. And would be the best idea here. This is working without buying certain upgrades that we totally could. If I had you guys, and then I get my biggest SRBs, which aren't significant really right now. They're not much in terms of SRBs, are they? Get on there straightly. Thank you. Those SRBs aren't going to have a lot of luck pushing us up, I'll tell you that. 1.14, right. Like, you're supposed to be 4 times. What am I seeing here? Okay, well that's curious. And you know how I like an interestingly, probably a bad idea kind of a build. So if you did that, that does put those fucking center. Wow. And that gives us 8 SRBs to burn at once. So all you burn at once. Surprisingly, we don't want to decouple them before we've used them. That gives us 1.7 off the pad with 906 meters per second at delta V. Curious. Interesting. Buy into the sidekicks. I think you're not wrong. I think you're not wrong. How not wrong are you? Because that's a very, like, that looks like that would be a relatively stable craft if I were to build it correctly, which I definitely didn't. But that looked like it would be a pretty stable-ish, stable, kind of stable, to me. Everything else, maybe not so much. Go ahead and save it. We're still designing. So, if we bought into the kickbacks, we would get the Poodle and the Skipper, which I've already been thinking about for a number of other things. Let's just make the commitment now. Make the commitment. So that's all we got. We didn't buy these, and instead we bought that one. Which gives me a bigger liquid fuel engine. And I don't have, like, big tanks yet. But what it does for us right here, right now, is it gives us these kickbacks with the radials, 4 times symmetry, somewhere around there. Would deliver 1,343 meters per second with a TWR of 1.57 to lift, which isn't a lot, honestly. But if we do, you know, what we've been doing with everything else and we burn the swivels along with, then we can get it up to a 2, which is a reasonable number. And then when we kick you guys off, we'd switch this on. And then that to that. I don't hate it. And having learned from the world record holder, I now know that if I just do... I can't auto-strip from the nose cones? Do you not remember that I have advanced tweakables on? That's the problem, right? No advanced tweakables right now? Jesus Christ. I think you need to unlock struts to unlock auto struts. Oh! Is that the case? That would make sense. Kind of. Advanced tweakables are enabled. Perhaps that's the thing then. And I don't have struts unlocked? There might be more going on to our theory crafting of the world record holders, you know, it's everything, than we knew. Well, it just means you'll be floppy, and so will everything else. It looks like it could work, though. Shall we just save it and launch it? See any problem with just saving and launching? Sitting solid, SAS on, throttle to full, throttle to full, throttle to full. Pull us down immediately. We're not wobbly anyway. Just try and hold it around 75. And then I'll throttle back a bit on the... No, you can stay heavy throttle to start with. And you can just follow your prograde there. Potentially, anyway. We'll see. Some speed. Throttle back to 1/3, so we still maintain some control authority over this. Stability assist from there. Let's try 3 times fizz warp. Fire up our liquid fuel. And we drop that. And how are we doing on the apoaps? We are in space. It flies. It flies nice. If I get 3 times fizz warp with it, fuck, you know? Revert me to the launch again. And I want to try it again. And this time have the apoaps indicator pulled up. So U to there, SAS on, throttle to full, fire, pull down. Say to 70. Tell the SAS to hold us there, and then imagine that I went immediately into 3 times fizz warp. And tell you to follow prograde, if at all possible. Okay, 2 times fizz warp. Throttle down a bit. We're heading east-ish. Okay, so maybe that was a little bit aggressive in my piloting. My controlling of physics and whatnot. But we've seen it work before, so revert to launch. I think this could be just fine. SAS throttle to full, launch, turn immediately down to like the 70. Try and hold the 70. I didn't even put nose cones on this, which would be an improvement to the aerodynamic profile. And then at this point, I'll throttle back to 2/3. Nope. Okay. Wow, the first launch was the best and most successful. Oh, well, because I followed my prograde. So if it's trying to follow its prograde at that point, then we're fine to launch it that way. SAS on, throttle to full launch. Turn down to, let's say, the 75. Hit there. And then we'll hold it for a bit. Make up that speed. I'll try a 2 times fizz warp. No. Okay, just seeing how much I can push it. Alright, let's try and actually get one to orbit this time. Because now that I see what I can and can't get away with, SAS throttle to full go. And I'm going to... Yep. Like that. Hold it for a second. I want to get to a point where I feel comfortable. Prograde. Hold prograde. Throttle back a bit. Try some fizz warp. Watch the apoapsis. Hold the fizz warp down. Try and turn down the ball a bit. Turn down a little bit too much. Yeah. I can find a way to fly this. It's not bad. And I like the process of just, you know, setting this up so that I hit a button, I tell it to follow prograde, and then we're in space. Let's do it that way. SAS, throttle to full throttle, go. Pull me down immediately. To below 70 even. Boom. There. Hold that for a moment. Get some speed up. I see you trying to come back on me. Don't need you to come back on me. I'm going to have you follow your prograde. I'm going to throttle back on those. And then I'm going to 2 times fizz warp. Pull up the apoapsis information. I'm going to go 3 times fizz warp. And then go back to 2 times. And then down to nothing. And those are done. And we're in space. Sort of. Find your prograde. Okay, the spin created by the 3 times fizz warp is slightly problematic. But we restabilize. Push to 80. Did we have science to take in Atmo? We did. So 4 times fizz warp up to here. I think this can be done. I like this design too. And we've got drag issues that could be resolved. Okay, we got everything from Kerbin's upper atmosphere. I have to click a lot of shit there and then recover it all. And then we're here in space. So we go up to our apoapsis. Game's still following apoapsis. Go ahead and push. And then I'll pull up a bit to hang on to it. Did we drop the... I never dropped the SRBs. Yes, I did. Okay. I wanted to fly it again anyway. But we're fine right now. Alright, this is working out. Let's go back to vehicle assembly. Let's put those nose cones on it. And I like it. I like that it's dangerous, too, you know? That it's my kind of dangerous. I built it. I built it, paw! Alright. SAS on, throttle full, launch immediately, pull down to 70. Hold that, tell SAS to try and hold that anyway. So we've got some speed here, 200 meters per second. I'll tell it to hold prograde. Now it's going to try and hold prograde for me. I'm going to throttle down so we're not burning so much liquid fuel and making a bunch of speed we don't need. I'll throttle down to half, in fact. And then I'll go to 2 times fizz warp. Kind of stable at 2 times fizz warp with, you know, very little roll. Apoapsis is coming up nicely. And they burned out at exactly 80 kilometers. Drop them. Push away. Fucking brilliant. Love it. Love it. Alright, so you're still following prograde. We want to get up to atmosphere to take the science that we'd take. This is beautiful. So upper atmosphere. So here, hit it. Wait for it all to come in. Stack them. Pocket them. And then we're in space. Bob, get out and restore one of these. I'm going to pin that. I want you to restore it. I'm going to pin this. I want you to restore that. Okay, so you've restored both of those. You don't need to do anything else. We don't need the EVA from you right here. I'll take it anyway. It's of no value to us. Hit 2 again to try and suck in everything that we possibly can. Good, good, good. I'm going to F5 because this is working. F5. And we're coming up on our prograde. SAS back on. Find the prograde because we need to make the burn now. And go. And I can even do some fizz warping here. 3 times fizz warp. Yeah, fuck it. Just let it fall behind you. It's a speedrun pawn. Oh, stop. Okay. Parry at 74, app at 165. Kind of fucked that, but it's okay because we got 1508 left on this transfer stage, and we'd be going to min-miss at this point. So set you as the target. Like, I'm into the speedrun now. I'm testing this, you know, until we run into an issue. Add maneuver. Bring you out. Bring you back in. Holy shit. Oh, shit. Alright. Let's go to the place where you can actually control things, Pawn. So there. Leave a little bit earlier. Is it just a matter of inclination? Wow, we're really close to where it would be good. It is just a matter of inclination. Well, okay then. If that's close enough for you, it's close enough for me. I'll F5 and take me to when I would burn that. Oh, we're in fizz warp. Like, why are you taking the time? And so far, yeah, we would do science below. We did the science in orbit. We reset everything for the next science grab. Next science grab would be at the correction node. So bring me up to here, and you're going to be on that maneuver. Gonna warp you. Oh, shit. I wasn't paying attention. And it still worked out. Come on. Get me there. Get me there. We're firing a little bit late. There you go. Start burning. Okay, went a little bit past. What are you going to do? Other than go out to the correction node. Add maneuver. And go ahead and start warping there. Well, I set up the maneuver. Looks like we're going to be going up. And I guess out. No. Okay. Down. There you go. We're in your zone. We're in your zone, Minmus. How does it feel, baby? Focus view on Minmus. And from here, we want... Where's my maneuver node? Thank you. Up. To Minmus's line. Somewhat equatorial. And then I'm thinking this is retrograde. And then down a little. closer. What do we got on the periapse there? 71. Let's try a bit less. 15. Let's do it. Node and T-minus now. Perfect. Then let's go do it. I do need you to get there, though. So 4 times Fizz Warp. Put you onto it. And then burn it. Very, very close to what we wanted. Totally workable. Yeah, that's fine. So then from here, I would F5 again. And go back. To you. Alright, taking all the science. Thank you. Bob, you would step out. I would need you to... shit. Well, collect the data, restore. Collect the data, restore. Did I not hit 2? Apparently I didn't hit 2. B, 2. It sucks it all in. Yeah. And that we're good. So then we'd go to Mimnus SOI. We're in Mimnus SOI. And we would do some more science. Click through all of it. Suck it all in. Bob gets out. Restore, restore. Oh shit, I didn't mean to. Go ahead. And then reset the goose canister. There you go. And reboard. And then 2. Yeah, certain things you couldn't bring in. We don't care. F5 again. And then down to the periapse, where we would burn for capture. We're landing Mimnus. We're going straight through this whole thing. If there's no problem, then this is what we're doing. Go ahead and get me up to the periapse a lot closer. SAS on. Find your retrograde. Go ahead and 4 times Fizz Warp to your retrograde for me. Okay, well, we may have spun the planet a number of times because we were 4 times Fizz Warping, and I'm an idiot. So that sort of a thing might have happened. Nope. You know what you could do to solve this, Prawn? What would I do, possibly, to solve this? Time warp. And we have a Mimnus capture. Periapsis down to a dangerous location, which is just how I like it. And now that we're close to Mimnus, we would take all this. It's still space high over Mimnus. Well. Fuck it. Take it. Try and store it. You can't store it. Then Bob, get out. I want to see what the effect is here. If you can't store it, then yeah, you collect the data, restore, collect the data, restore. So that's what's going to cause that if I have those problems. But sure, so we're still high over, I believe it's below 30k is when we want to do that. But from here, we could do a little bit of, oh shit, I went past it. Well then, fuck. I thought I was going around the other direction. Warp here, please. You have a problem with warping here? Faster than you're warping it currently? Okay, well, that's you can stop there then. SAS on, you know what? This dragging this tank around at this point is actually just slowing me down. So if I dropped that and then we had way more maneuverability and control, then from here I could do like, I believe it's going to be a normal burn. I think it's going to be an anti-normal, actually. Yeah, anti-normal. We're way more maneuverable when we got all kinds of fucking delta V for this. Then we get onto the site where we want to land, which is there. Bring me down to like here, where we'll do the low science. I'm not sure where the line is. Maybe 30k? Okay, so now we can do this. You only did the 2. Take it in. And then try and do it again. Okay. Yeah, we've got problems because review data, just get rid of it. Get rid of it. Overwrite. Uh-huh. And then take it all in. Did you get it this time? Yeah, that could be problematic. I might not want to fuck with having 3 of each, because it can just make things more confusing. Restore, restore. Reboard. Oh, wait. Now that we're at Minmus, actually, you wanted to be doing EVAs the whole way. Have I been? No, you didn't do it at the right place. Okay, another thing to bear in mind. But we're coming up on where we'd want to land, so retrograde. And we've already landed this craft before, ostensibly, because it is basically the same craft as the fella does in the speedrun. So, as I did the other day while running his speedrun. So at this point, I want to be firing like that. Because we're not going to land where I want to land, and you need to stop fighting me. Mm-hmm. And no! I accidentally hit the space button. I went to hit shift, or no, alt, rather, so that I could... fuck me. It's the last time I F5'd or something. I'm happy with this craft. It's OP as fuck. Which is fine. What I wanted to see was this come back, though. F9. When's the last time that I F5'd? As we were approaching Minmus. Alright. And... yeah, we have Delta V to get us right out to fucking Minmus. So we have an excess of Delta V. Not that it's problematic and we've got a ship that works. Yeah, why fuck with it? Get me back down here. It's no big deal. It's not actually where I want you to warp. And I'm not going to worry about the science here. We're gonna we're gonna actually ditch that part of the ship, then we're gonna SAS, we're gonna get on our... oh no, for the retrograde you would want that part of the ship. Okay, even though it takes a minute to turn it, that's why I didn't want to fuck with it. You know what? Maybe I don't, because with 4 times Fizz Warp, this is just as good. So, to there, and then for the landing, if we're coming around this direction, which I now know to be true, we'd warp up to here, get your equatorial, and then burn on the anti-normal when we're there. I think the anti-normal. Yeah. Get us online with where we want to land, which is like that. And then we could go to the retrograde. Burn down so we're coming in at the landing site. Wow, that's actually probably perfect. Because the planet spins under us. But we're off to see the wizard. The planet spins under us. If I clear this mountain anyway. Yeah. I cleared the mountain. Yeah, get on your retrograde, put the gear out. And give me sky to the top. Because I'm flying. God damn it. Okay, 1 times Fizz Warp. Talk about a hell of a suicide burn. drop me down at 4 times. And with the amount of delta V that we've brought out here, it's, you know, doesn't even matter. We don't even have to think about it. Are we on? Yeah, because we're over the ice flats. Sure, pawn, sure. Just trying to come down quickly. This is hypothetically a speed run, I remind you. Beautiful. Perfect touchdown on the surface. We get the data, we jump around, we go to other sites, ding, 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 all those things happen, and then when we go to come off, we come out, and look at what direction we need to fly. We need to fly basically due east from here, for what time we are right now, which is 90 on the bowl, which is down. So F5 from here, and go ahead and take off. Put us on the 90 and fire full SAS. Do not forget about SAS. Hold that. Clear the hill. And get right on down on that goddamn 90. Yep. Right on it. We come out here. We watch as our periaps descends. Drop it to a nice 35, 33. 33 is fine. And then yada yada yada, etc., so forth and so on. Gear in. We actually don't need any of this at this point, hypothetically. F5. Leave it all behind. You know, we've gotten all the data out. It's all stored in here. We don't have to get out and grab anything. On your retrograde, and if you could warp to Kerbin. What is this view you've got me in? It's the view you want me in. The fuck is oh, there it is! Alright. And then from here, will we do anything? We wouldn't do anything. I'd switch to surface retrograde readings, and we just hit the surface. 4 times Fizz Warp. Looks like we're coming down in water. Let's set the altitude of this to 700 for deployment. Blader held out nicely. None of our equipment even heated up. Deploy at 2K. Holy shit, what a landing. Deploy at 2K. Worked out just enough to not die. That's how you want to do a fucking speed run, baby. That's how you want to do a speed run. I didn't collect all the science that we're supposed to have, though, so fuck me. Yeah. We kind of needed to test that, but I really wanted to see how it, like, re-entered and whatnot. Okay. We need to run that mission so that I bring back all of the science that we would usually have, or we could just assume that I have all of the science that we usually have, which would be no less than 1710. Last time that we ran it in the speedrun, I believe we had 1900, but let's just make an assumption of 1710 science that we now have. I need that 1710 science. How am I going to get that 1710 science? Cheats. Science. Gonna need 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Well, 8, 9. Well, we just 1710, right? So 1720. Let's assume that that's the science that we have at this point. And honestly, we would have more, but let's see if we can work within that in order to build the next ship, the good ship Lollipop. Ostensibly, this would be the ship where we need to be bringing the Minmus, or the science bay, so we can do the research landed on Minmus. We need the ability to generate the power to support that. We need communications so that we can transmit it back to Kerbin. And other than that, we need to get it there. We need as much science as we can take, so as many pieces of science collection that we can get a hold of, and we know exactly how many those are. Yeah. So now we route for this. Hey, there's Brave ads survey. I highly recommend the browser. I turned that on. It wouldn't advertise to me if I told it not to. But that being the case, what do you think we're going to do? Because I'm feeling a little bit squirmy in my chair, and that means that I need a live stream break, which means you need a live stream. We all need a live stream break. Everybody, gather around. We'll all have a live stream break. 7 minutes. Go pee, grab a snack, make some food. Meet me back here, Pawn Not Out.
Next level. Next level.
We're scrapping everything we just did. Welcome back to the live stream, twitch.tv/RonanPawn, etc. and so on. We're scrapping everything that we just did. Shut up. Potentially. We have to look into something else before we carry on, okay? Okay? We're gonna just look at this. Just watch me, all right? Because what if it's science mode, and it's that one for whatever reason, and theory crafting 2. What if instead, remember the concept of fucking Science Junior Early? Science Junior Early. What if we did 2 launches of the starter craft? One from here, and we went over in this direction, and then one from the runway, and we went over to here. Would that give us enough without even having to do the tip it over and roll it around bullshit that I was doing before? Because we would have from each site, well, from the first site, that's the thing. I was thinking in midair I'd get extra data, but I won't on the second launch. But if we got midair data from the first launch, and we got, all the things, which would, let's just do it. because it's in my head, and we'll see how close we get. We needed to come up with 108 science, if I recall correctly. So we make this guy, right? And then he'd have a beer in his hand. Right? Those things would happen. These can actually be on the underside potentially, but I'll build it the way that we did before. Just put them right at the tip so they're not blocking anything. There you go. So there's our first craft, and that's all it needs except for the staging. We'd stage it, and we'd launch it. Can add a third launch to the island runway to get any leftover science. Can you do that? Can you launch to the island runway? I don't even know how. So we'd come in here, we'd observe the mystery goo, while we get the crew report. Click, click. Jeb would get out. He's on the ladder. He'd do an EVA and a surface sample. Click, click. And then he would take the data out and board, resetting the crew report. We'd F5 from here, because I might fuck this up. SAS on, and then we would fly. Oh, I didn't that's the thing that you needed to do, Pawn, that you didn't. That was the part that you didn't do. Revert back to the vehicle assembly. I need to tone down how hard we kick here. Thrust limiter to 20-something, and then 20-something there. Let's go to 25-ish, sure. Whatevs. Reset, well, save it as untitled spacecraft, apparently, and launch. How do you do that? How do you launch from the runway? But so again, we'd come in, we'd observe mystery goo, while also pulling up the crew report that stacks them. I can click, click. Then we EVA Jeb, not Bob, I was going to say Bob. You get the EVA report and surface sample, click, click. Then you take the data out of there and reboard. SAS goes on, we F5, I do this. And head... actually, no, that's the thing. All this time, Pawn. All this time, I have been wanting to pull down, not up. It was my brain trying to tell me, no, you shouldn't even be going over there. You should be going over here, my friend. Head over in this, no, but you do need to be upright. All right, that's gonna be, it's different controls. You have to get used to it. Could actually even, like, swing the view around. And then just, like, actually steer it. What if you actually steered, oh, wow. No, it's still kind of hard to... Because you're launching from the... Alright, we saw it. Thank you very much. Still fun, though. So it's down, though. So we go this way, up, 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 and then we turn off and bank in that direction. That's all I gotta do. Get to here, deploy the parachute. In a hurry, please. And then while we're in mid-air, we would observe the mystery goo. This isn't going to work out the way that I'd... Oh, it could. It could actually work out. So get the mystery goo from mid-air. Give me a crew report. Forgot about that. Crew report, both of you. And then Bob gets out. Or Jeb gets out. EVAs. Takes the data. Reboards. We land. Okay. And now that we're landed, we take the last mystery goo and crew report, stack, ding ding. Jeb gets out, does surface sample, EVA, bang bang, stores his experiments in there, drops off, gets up like a good little Kerbal, and starts running. Rotate your craft in the VAB to orient the direction you want to face. That's possible. I could just get used to flying it like this. That last one made sense to me, finally. I put a thing there. You'd run over to, you know, somewhere in R&D, and then take surface sample, EVA report, bang, bang, recover you, recover the other craft. Get him in, recover both of them, and then we go back into the VAB, and we switch editor, and then we launch from here. right? Yep. And then we're observing the mystery goo as we get the crew report. Ding, ding. Jeb gets out. We take surface sample and EVA report. Ding, ding. We take the data out of here. Reboard. SAS on F5. And then I'm not sure which directions to go, so we'll find out. Oh, that's like that, except over here. Okay, parachute away. That'll work. That should work fine, except for that we're coming down too fast. I won't have any time to get the things from the ladder. Oh, well, we don't need the things from the ladder. Observe the mystery goo, because we've already got all that in-air data. It doesn't change. Crew report. Where are we at, by the way? Just so I know. We're at the just the KSC, huh? So I could walk to anything from here. Okay. That's, if we went back to the roller thing, then we could get data from here as the KSC, and then and it doesn't fucking matter. That's not part of the thing. So I took the crew report, though, right? You did. Okay, and then Bob needs to get out, which is problematic if he can't. There you go. So you get out, and then, all right, stop pulling things around, Bob. You fatty. Get on a goddamn diet. Take the surface, and then the EVA report, and then store the experiments. Bob gets off like he did in the last one. You go to 4 times Fizz Warp. Bob runs to anything. Anything, Bob. Spaceplane hangar looks close enough to me. And probably here you're at the spaceplane hangar, so take your surface sample and your EVA. Nope, that's just from the KSC. I know, I'm as disappointed as you are. Did you see the look on his face? Fuck me! Okay. And then take surface sample EVA report. That's still just from the KSC. Take surface sample. This is the spaceplane hangar. At some point, we are in the spaceplane hangar and not just at the KSC. Okay. Take surface sample. Am I crazy? Okay, I am now in the surface, I'm there. Take the surface sample from KSC. That's what we had before. Why am I not getting readings from, individual places? It doesn't matter, this is just a test. But so long as we can get, readings from different things. That was at the KSC, landed over there. So we need one more from here, and then we find out if the math works. Did I break it? I might have broken it. Maybe because I'm in 4 times Fizz Warp, maybe it actually is broken. Let's see if over here... Take surface sample. It still says KSC. Out of 4 times Fizz Warp. Take a step. Take a surface sample from the KSC. I did break it. I did break the game. Because, we're definitely in the astronaut complex or something. VAB's over here. Fuck the VAB. Run to R&D. I will be in research and development. And there will be no 2 ways about it. Maybe if I jump. I'll try that. Did you already have R&D? Oh yeah, that's what I ran to. Shit, you're right. Fuck. Maybe if I jump, though. Maybe I have broken it because it's like you're under the ground or some shit. I don't know. Let's get back over here. We go to the flagpole. As long as they're making me work for it, I might as well work hard for it. We'll go all the way to the flagpole. Because it's a very small area that we all know is its own science. Before we do, I'm going to stop here, I'm going to turn around, and we're going to take a surface sample. It's just from the KSC. Run up here, take a surface sample. It's just from the KSC. Jump. Take a surface sample. It's just from the KSC. Let's do EVA report while you're... Okay. Well, you're in midair. Doesn't, no. I legitimately broke it. Well, cool. And I can't recover you. I don't have the option to recover him. Oh my god, this fucking... Oh, now I can. Okay, now I can. Wait, now that you've done that, EVA report, overwrite, astronaut complex. It was, because he fell or something. He needed to fall again. Whatever. Whatever. It's good to, like, learn that while you're doing shit. Review of this, take the surface sample and overwrite it, yes. Astronaut complex, good. Recover. Yay, new bug! We found a new bug! Oh, so fun. That's 11.4 science earned from you. Recover your vessel. 108. 108. Oh my god. So our research. We need survivability, we need you. I have 63.5 remaining. Now I can get you and you. That's how you do Science Junior early. Exactly what we needed with half of a science point to spare. And it's not that hard if the game doesn't glitch the fuck out on you. It's exactly the way that we do it, you know, that the world record holder, I keep saying that because I can never remember his name. That world record holder does it, except we do it twice from both facilities, and we come back with enough science to get into experiment storage unit and Science Junior, and batteries, and a probe, and the HG5 even. Christ, we should just go to Minmus now. Could we go to Minmus now? Could we go to Minmus now? Instead of fucking around with getting science from Kerbin? Could we go to Minmus now? I'm asking you a question. Listen to me when I'm talking! Could we go to Minmus now? Is the question that I have for you, for me, for all of us. Science? So... yeah. In fact, that's not going to go there because we'd have one of these. You. We need this to be... Actually, everything being high would be a better idea upon. If you put these two, because for re-entry purposes, they won't give us aerodynamic issues as much. Could we go to Minmus now? Answer me! Put you two down there or something, it's fine. So we start with that, and then we wouldn't bring the Science Junior back, so we'd go to a decoupler for our return. Oh, but we need a bladers. We don't have a bladers yet. We have a bladers. So an ablator, followed by the Science Junior. Go to Minmus with a swing by the moon. It's not a horrible idea. It's a tricky idea, so I hate it, but it's not a bad idea. In fact, the way that this is built, we could do that. And we don't even need the comms, because it's the landing with a Kerbal. Extra electrical. Have a pair of those. A pair of those. Shouldn't really need them. Let's just do with a pair. Okay, so now pushing this to Minmus. For our Minmus lander, it would be possibly like this, if we wanted to do it similar to how the world record holder did it. Which, you know, build off of what you know works. Too good and low. Where are we on engines? There's our problem. We don't have, like, a super efficient low-weight engine at this point yet. Which means we'd have to swivel it. Ugh. You know? Just a little bit. Ugh. But, doesn't mean we can't do it. Just means we have to design for it. Fuck it. Like, if this works for the small ones and reduces the drag because they're like that, you know, I presume the way that the drag is modeled, we're still not low enough with you guys. That's low enough just to help keep us from tipping over a little bit once we get down to Miss. But I presume the way the drag is modeled is that on the flat-facing edge, it's just a cube, you know, and there's a value for each of the sides of the cube. And on the flat-facing side, it's got a high value. On the, you know, curved side, it's got a lower value. So if we do it like that, then we should have slightly less drag. And we're doing a speed run, so it doesn't matter if we're being unrealistic. No rules against occlusion. You're goddamned right. So that gives us a nice landing, and what do we got in delta V there? We've got 2,070 with 1.95 TWR. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Can we push that to Minmus? And how would we do so? So start retracted. Because skipping an entire launch would be kind of a coup over the speed run. And we have no, because we're in science mode, we have no, like, parts count limitation, we have no weight limitation. We're good. So if I strap all that shit together, and then we use another swivel to start with the pushing, right? What have we got now? So you'd fire off with that. You've got 1 TWR pushing this load. Okay. Okay, we have no, like, radials or anything like that we can build off of. Yeah, we're getting into the zone where it's like, maybe not, though, huh? Maybe not. I don't have any parts that are gonna, like, do some nice occlusion for us. We just need 2 engines. At least 2 engines. So, fuck it. We now have 1.82 TWR on that. And, let's go for... I've got radials. I've got radials. Grab you. Attach you. Drop these. Drop those. What do we got? 1.06 TWR. Fire all at once. 1.94 TWR with 1,000 meters per second in delta V until we drop these. But right now you think I'm dropping those with the other. I need you to go up to here. And you're not reporting the delta V on that, which sucks. If I... No. Staging, yes. But fuel transfer? By default, there isn't fuel transfer through these, but we don't have... I guess until we have fuel transfer pipes, we don't have control over that? Or by default, there is fuel transfer through those nowadays. Rather. Hey, alright, whatever I've done, it gave me the information I was looking for. I finally got it to drop. So 430 meters per second of delta V with a TWR of 0.94 after we drop those, which is weird. Why would that be the case? TWR, because once we drop them, you say I have a 1.8 and 942 meters per second. Shit. Okay, we've gotten the game to decide something new. I don't understand. All these engines fire together. And then, you guys drop. Yeah, the game can't calculate, you know, because I'm too amazing, apparently, at just putting a ship together, that it can't keep up with my concepts here. I need to know how much that is, and I very much don't. I'm gonna do this thing again that likes to break the game. I got all kinds of ways of breaking the game, people. And I love the idea of having them in a speed run. So, the two of you, like so. Good enough. Except for that you'll be... I need you to be touching the ground. Yeah, we want to ride on you. And you guys would be like that. And then we take this. We put it back on. Snapping. You're off. Remember how that happened last time? And I was like, I think that's a problem with the whole game and stuff. I think it's a problem with the game. Do this again. You're snapped perfectly on center. You're not. Why you not? Why you no do, game? No. Yeah, you're at a weird fucking angle. You know, it's not as though I don't know how to fix that. So I don't know what you think you're doing here. Is it because you guys are on wrong? Get that off, you. Like this. Fucking throw you away. Get rid of everything that's... Jesus Christ. This fucking game. You like that. You on here. You down a bit. Thank you. We're sitting on you, more or less. And now... And they're in perfect line. We can all see they're in perfect line. You come off. Go back on. And everything's in a perfect line. Thank you. Jesus Christ. Just to get to the point where I can see whether or not this is gonna fucking work. So 1.54 with 797 from sea level at Kerbin. When we do those guys, and then we drop you, we've only got 1,000 showing there. It's 1,700 to push this load so far, and then you got 2,000 once you're up there. But we have more than 1,000 there. We got more like 1,500. You guys all together. We're definitely into weird and wonky territory here. Drop all you. When you're out. 1,032 at 1.87 to take off, then 1.93 when we switch over to the liquid fuel. I don't have any idea how much this is or isn't. I have a pretty decent idea how it's going to fly, and my guess is not well. But... to Minmus. We're trying to make a Minmus, you know, out of what we've got here right now. So let's just start with this and see what it does and doesn't do. Wait, do I have fins? Fucking fins everywhere on this thing, Pawn. Fins every goddamn where. At least on the SRBs, and then down here will be to the 2 swivels that should pair off fairly well to help us steer a little bit. You probably want more fins. You probably want some fins here as well. Can't get them on the other angles, so that's as good as we can do. Alright, 2 Minmus with love. What I would like to do, however, is we're attached via that one to here, so they're going to be very, very jostly and jangly and jibbly. That's a horrible way to put that together if you're going to rely on the game's base, you know, physics. And I can't just fix it either. It's not just like, well, just fix it. It's not one of those. If I take you off, and you guys stay there, I pull you off. This is the best I can do for it where it is right now, I think. That. Yeah, fuck it. We'll rebuild it. And this is a design that could actually, you know, function pretty okay in terms of like being buildable in a hurry, because that is a consideration that I have as well. But that's all of that put together, and they're at a better decoupling point. The SRBs, I don't want to talk about the SRBs, especially since they're not below anything now. The SRBs have to fucking move. So you, snapping, down to where we're sitting on the SRBs, on the pad. Should end up being the same because we're snapping. Oh, we've got penetrating. Yep. Yeah, there you go, Pawn. There you go. You broke the game. You destroyed its sense of what is and isn't real. That's what I was expecting to happen sooner or later. Get you on like that again. That's the wrong fucking axis. Just get on there anywhere and then grab, pull, get you to the same height as the other guy. You don't go to the same height as the other guy. Well, ain't that fucking keen. Just below the other guy then. Fuck me. And then on this side of things where we've got them. No, you did. You cunt. Below the other guy. Like there. And then this. It'd be a very touchy fucking build. But you know, it's Kerbal, so that was implied, really. Fuck it, close enough. Wow, that's a lot of shit. I love the look of it from the front and the side. Check the staging again now that you have to move everything around. You guys all fire and then these break off. The idea too would be that we would want to burn some of these engines along with for stability's sake. So we'll have the pair of you going, and then when you guys burn out, we'll switch to those. You'd all drop off, and then we drop those off when we're done with you. Wait a second. These two kick on when we drop. And then that's liquid fuel for these guys. I think that's correct. Save it, fucking launch it. Can't sit in the VAB fighting the game all goddamn day. Yeah, it's gonna be a little wobbly, isn't it? SAS on, throttle to full. We'd get things and do things, but this ain't gonna be the one anyway, so... we're just going to orbit. Pull down, pull down, pull down, pull down. And then at this point, I'm just going to tell you to hold your prograde, because it's the best I can possibly do. I'm going to throttle down to half on the liquid fuel engines. And And we'll watch this. Wrong crew anyway. Yeah. We'd be getting science now and doing all kinds of things, and then drop those and carry on. Apoapsis is at 44K. Be lovely to turn down more, but I have limited control over that at this point. Let's just drive our Apoapsis up to the 80. Which we don't really need the 80, but there, we're at the 80, and then we'd be doing, you know, fizz warping up to upper atmosphere, grabbing science, you know, once we get to the top of that. I'm really surprised that we've gotten this far, to be honest with you. So we get science here, then we're in space, we'd get science here. Carry on toward our Apoaps, which is very steep right now. Very little done to blow that Apoaps in the correct direction. Get somewhat close to it, but start burning early, because we didn't do a lot for it, and then I can probably fizz warp through this. Whoa! I think we got the... No, we didn't. Okay, no. Just misread what was going on there. Thank you. I guess the ship toppled? Yeah, the ship toppled. Okay, we just ran out of, like... We ran out of fuel somewhere, and it wasn't there. We ran out of fuel in these, and this died, but those didn't. Which is weird. Did I have these on the wrong... I thought you guys were the ones that were firing first. Those should have had more in them. Revert to launch. Because that was going surprisingly well. And I was doing the fizz warp because that's what I want to do in the you know, speed run. But all those firing, and then, yeah, you guys are supposed to... Well, these have been burning all the while, though. So why would they still have fuel, but the center stack doesn't? That's not right. If these guys have been burning the whole while, and these haven't, has it just been... It's pumping fuel through here, isn't it? It's pumping the fuel through here in order to feed the ones that are burning longer. I mean, fine, fuck you, I don't care. We'll do it the other way around then. You can be here, and you can be here. You know? It's still gonna drain from the outside last, isn't it? I don't know. Maybe not. We'll find out. SAS on, throttle to full. Let's go. Pull me down. About there. Follow your prograde from here. I'll throttle down to half at about 300 meters per second. And then we'll try a fizz warp. Okay, 2 times fizz warp is working out for us all right. When it's time for the SRBs to go, I'll drop the fizz warp. Get rid of those. Throttle to full. Still following prograde. This is a far better, like, you know, for the full orbit anyway. That's how it's looking so far. You guys are gone. No, it was the center one ran out. And then those guys still had the fuel. I don't fucking get it, man. It's the same situation, but I don't... Do it again. Did they just have... Like, the way that the fuel delivery system works, they should have a higher consumption. You know, they should drain first as well. Like with the fuel delivery overlay. Their fuel priority is 30. This fuel priority is 20. So, would I flip those two? We'll watch it this time, okay? I'm not changing it. This is the way that it was when we first started it off. These guys will be burning the whole time. SAS on, throttle to full. Go. Pull me down to, like... 65, or a little, like, between 70 and 65 to start. There you go. Now follow prograde. Wait until we get to a certain point, and then let's look. So you have this much, and you are not being drained at all. Good. Alright, now throttle down to half and do some fizz warping. Drop those. Didn't even come out of fizz warp. Now we're draining fuel from here as well, but they're all burning at the same time. Pin you. I did not end up high enough for this. Fuck. I should have stayed higher on it. Give me a stability assist. We're still in 2 times fizz warp, too. And then we drained out of this one first. How the fuck did that happen? And now we're out of both of them. How did we go? How did these burn? Because these 2 are sucking from the main column, and these are individually sucking from the column. These are burning at twice the rate through that. It's got 2 engines, the outer only has 1. Yep. Okay, it went so well the first time. It really did, though. Let's revert to the VAB. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Thank you. And if all of this is just going to be done at the same time, do I get enough TWR with just the 3 engines? So you guys fire, the 2 of you can fire all together, I suppose. The 3rd engine can kick in. TWR is 1.84. So that's fine, and it simplifies the design, and since we're not getting accurate Delta V readings, we kind of just gotta fly it, you know? The Delta V reading is not correct, as far as I can tell. 566 meters per second here, it's not right, is the deal. It's clearly not right. Let's give this a fly, and see what happens. Save, launch. Maybe use a Terrier for the center. We don't have a Terrier. All we have is a swivel at this point in the unlock, and we're trying to build, you know, a craft that goes to Minmus off of it, which is crazy, admittedly, but if we can get it done, it's amazing. Let's go. So let's do 70 on the ball. There. And then hold prograde. Be turning down a little bit too quick too early. I'm gonna throttle half down. Do some fizz warping. Come out of fizz warp for when we drop the solid fuel engines, even though we don't have to, apparently. Drop you guys. Go to full throttle. I forgot to go to full throttle on that. Can I fizz warp now? Can 2-time it. We'll get to 80 on the app. Kill the engines. And then we, you know, at the top of this arc, we do science and stuff. Who was that? Synth Pace, rating with a party of 8. Welcome, Synth Pace. Kerbling today? Usually when people raid me that I don't recognize the name while I'm playing Kerbal, it's because you are Kerbling. Were you Kerbling today? We're devising a, Oh, hello, Jack. We're devising a speed run, or trying to figure out a new route for an existing speed run. Up to our app laps. Yeah, go ahead and just start burning. Get me a little closer. Hold the prograde and burn. I don't want to have to look at the app laps right now, though, so fuck. Alright, pull up a bit. Hold the app-waps out in front of you just a touch. Just like that, in fact, because it'll drop behind us, it'll come back. But I need to be out here to drop these when it's time to drop them, which is going to be soon. Bye to you. The data was accurate. It was correct. And burn down toward the planet. Periapsis. And we have, let's just push it to 80k. We have 80k circularization with 311 meters per second left in this craft for the transfer to Mimus. So again, from here, science, 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 EVAs, get out, resets, etc. And then to get to Mimus, let's see how close we are to, you know, actually making this work with 2,649 and whether or not this craft functions as that sort of a thing. So if Mimus is out there, then about here to leave for it, add a maneuver. We'll put on the Delta V that we're looking for, which is going to be just short of 900, I think. Okay, or right around 900, I think. Something like that, in the general direction. And because we can't see, because we don't have the right inclination, if I can just have a place in the game where you'll allow me to click on this line, you excellently designed game that doesn't not function most of the time at all. Pull you up. Good. Very good. And then on this node, we'll just choose to leave at a different time, and we'll probably be there. A little bit later, and we're there. So let's go to insert that burn. See if anything's going to go wrong here. Imagine if maneuver nodes were actually completely accurate. Imagine if you could use them in any other way that was viable other than the scroll wheel over the top of the symbols in the pull-out dialogue. Imagine, though. Imagine. And then you go ahead and fizz warp to get onto the target burn that we're going to have. And then warp me up to, you know, when we'd start the burn. Somewhere around here. A little bit late, but it's a burn from Mimus. What are you going to do? I'm actually going to need to be here to drop this fuel tank. And keep going. And let's do some fizz warping if the game will allow, in order to get it done faster. Thank you. Slow it down. And within 1 meter per second deviation. Good. And then out to the next warp. Again, science, 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 so forth and so on. You know, we're theory crafting the speedrun here today. And then you get on your maneuver node whilst I go out to Minmus and set this up better. So that's going to be prograde, I believe. Bit of prograde. Get us closer. And then some anti-normal to pull us down. Us back. Anti-normal. 9.4. If we wanted to make it look pretty, go to a finer resolution. And that's a fine burn. So let's do that thing now. So just start burning it. It doesn't matter from where here we do it. It'll provide ostensibly the same results. And there we go. Done that. And then science, science, science. And then we'd warp here for more science. And then we'd warp there for more science. Try to use / have the lesser evil. Indeed. Who's it? Skigler? Skigler? Are those all how many different... It's ESA? EJSA, anyway. Don't panic. Haha. RPG fireballs. We've got trucks. For my other speedrun cluster truck. So science, science, science from there. And then we'd warp here. And how are we doing on the Delta V? 1987. And on your retrograde, science, science, science. We don't have to do it right now, but, you know, we could do it right then. And then burn. And a little fizz warp. Okay. Get it done a bit faster. Low enough. Science, 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 etc. and so forth. We're actually right next to my landing zone for where I'd want to be. So if I were to burn normal right now, could we twist it hard enough to get it up there? Fucking A, we could. And then if we retrograded... I kind of overshot with the twist. We're very close, though, Pawn. So maybe you didn't. I mean, the planet is spinning under us, and that could be problematic. Fine. Gear deploy. That's our site. And science, science, science. There's no science to be done here, Pawn. Shut up. Shut up. You don't know me. You don't know me. Okay. Go ahead and burn retro. Shit. I just pulled off our, like, descent speed. I wanted us to, like, just stop going in that direction, but... Science, science, science. How are we doing? Make sure that we're there. Yep. Okay. Oh yeah, she's coming in fast now. 7.4. And I no longer can see shadows, which is oh so problematic. And we're on a fucking hill. That's way more problematic. Way more problematic for our electric resources. But if we settle, and then I release SAS, we're good. Alright, so science, science, science. And then when we're done with science, we need at least one more. Okay, let's just go. Let's just go. We need at least one more biome. So we would do another burn, and we would come over to another location. Like this, like you know, this. And I'm thinking we might be able to get away with, because we're rerouting this, it just might be possible that we can do just 2 landing points here. Who knows? Like, how much science do we really need in order to buy into everything that we need? We'll plan for 3. We'll plan for 3. So, 4 times fizz warp, please. Burn there. Oh shit, I may have over because of the fizz. We're just trying to get an idea of, you know, the cost of landing and everything like that. Stay on your retrograde. So like 3 landings. That would have, you know, helped me. And then if we land this one and then go again, going right back to where we started from, why wouldn't we? Damn it. Damn it. Alright, I'll actually have to land this one myself. Sure. Wait, are we on the ground? Because I don't have shadows, so... We're on the ground. Alright. So, landing. Science. Oh, we make electric charge with this, too, so I don't need the batteries. More powerful engine than normal. That's true. Also, I don't need to bring batteries because this engine creates electric charge as we go. So that's the second landing. Let's go over to another one. Which way would that be? It's looking like this direction. And then like that. Just trying to like feel it out. Which just get me up. I'll figure it out from there. Thank you. Get us over here in a hurry. Put us on a retrograde. This works great. This is a 3-launch speedrun now instead of 2. That's what I'm seeing anyway. You guys tell me what you're seeing, but that's what I'm seeing. Is we got ourselves a 3-launch speedrun. Because the Delta V that we've got remaining here is like, yeah, I think I can fucking get home to Kerbin on what we're gonna have after landing this a 3rd time. Hey Pawn, what button do you use to split? It would be the 1 button. Numlock 1. Num 1 is what I use. How close are we? 8 meters? Oh shit, it stopped following the retrograde. It's fine. It's just a test. Okay, we're straight up and down now. Hold that on the thing, and yeah, we're good. We're ready to go. 3.5 launch run. That's true. It is still a 4 launch run because of the early goo. My early goo. That said, we're carrying less science? I think we're carrying less. No, we're not. Are we? I don't think we are. No, we're not. We're fine. So from this angle, we can, fuck it, just burn straight up. So we're leaving. We'll burn straight up. And wow, what a more powerful engine than we're used to having here. Okay, we've overshot, so fuck it. Just get me out of Mimis's SOI, because we weren't completely on the thing. And then on your retrograde, sir, please. And pull us down. Oh shit, 30. Well, that's not kosher. I mean, maybe it would work, but it ain't kosher. And so I ain't gonna eat it. 34, that'll do. So science, science, science. And then from here, let's just go back to Kerbin. Which way are we? It's this way, right? So this side of things. Warp me there. Yes. Okay, where's Kerbin? You're out here somewhere. Little dot. There you go, little blue dot. And there'd be more science and things, and actually, like, now I need to, like, consider what would happen at this point. Because we'd have all the science stored up there and in here, and I don't need the engine anymore, so I'd throw it away. And then we'd hit the atmosphere. And then go to 4 times Fizz Warp. And hold your retrograde on your surface. Retrograde, and we'd set our deployment altitude to 700. Because we're coming down over water. And none of this would heat up the slightest as we descend at 4 times Fizz Warp, apparently. This feels like it's taking longer, though. Shit, Revert, you left monoprop in the capsule, and the Delta V you could have saved. Oh, fuck it. F9. Back down here. Still at 4 times Fizz Warp. Do this at 2 kilometers. Alright, so a little bit late at 2 kilometers at 4 times Fizz Warp is what we found out there. If I would have not 4-timed the Fizz Warp, we probably would have been fine. That works. That fucking works. It works great. Revert to vehicle assembly. We got a craft. It's a crazy looking son of a bitch. What's the box strap to the top there? That is the piece that collects science for you. Okay. without you having to, like, get out of the ship. So it's the experiment storage unit. And what we would have in this build is we would action group. So we'd do crew report. We'd do observe mystery goo, all the science. We'd have log pressure data. We'd have log temperature. And we would have log or conduct materials study all on 1. And then on 2, we would have collect all. And that way we can just hit the 1 button, collect all of the science that we can outside of EVAs and potentially surface samples. And then hit 2 and it would suck it all in there. Then our scientist who would be flying this would get out and we would pin the dialogues for both of these, or rather for this, the Science Junior and the goo, so that we could just click restore, restore, and pop back in and carry on in the speed run. But this actually gets to Minmus. And it does so without having to tour Kerbin for all of its EVAs, which is what the current world record does. It does a first launch, and then it builds a ship to go polar at Kerbin and collect every single EVA over every single biome from space. You know, from space over the deserts, from space over the mountains, from space over the ice caps. Does all of those, and that is... It costs him 10 minutes, because he's done with that about 12 minutes into the run. So we're going to take 4 to 5 minutes to start the game by running 2 missions ahead of time, but we're going to be launching to Minmus to collect science while the world record is still fucking around with EVAs in orbit of Kerbin. Hopefully. That would be the plan here. Shouldn't the science container survive? Everything needs to survive. I felt like Jeb needed to cool off, so I let him have a dip. Is how I did that. Wait, are you going to be able to do maneuvers if you have a scientist as the pilot? Yes, in science mode, we had everything. Let's try it. So Jebediah, get the fuck out of there. Bob, get the fuck in there. Put you back out on the pad exactly as you are, because you're perfect. Just the way you are. As crazy and overbuilt as you are. So if Bob can hold prograde and retrograde, and he can do all of it, because we're in science mode, not career mode. So yeah, Bob can fly. Bob can fly. SAS, go. Pull you down. I think we went to 70 on the ball and it was like perfect. Pull you down to 70 on the ball. F from there. And then prograde at 300 meters per second. Pull down to half throttle. Go into a 2 times fizz warp, because it's a speed run. And when we get down to the bottom of the SRBs, I'm not even going to do it. I'm just going to drop them then and stay in 2 times fizz warp. I don't know what exploded, but probably things we don't need, right? And then where are we right now? Coming up on the Apoaps to 70-80. Just a quick test. You are flipping out. Boy, you are flipping out. Oh, I forgot to fire the engines full. We could have done that faster, derp. But yeah, that's how she works. Revert flight to vehicle assembly. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Okay. That's our ship. How do we make that ship? In a hurry? Fucked if I know. But, oh, the other thing that we don't need is this, because our engine creates electricity throughout the entire ship, so we don't need that. We're limited to, notice that this is the biggest size fuel tank that I have right now. I've got 2 fuel tanks and we're landing on Minmus with this design. We're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down on each of these. We end up with 3 swivel engines. And then we've got 6 SRBs with fins all over the fucking place. Normally you're not at 2 times fizz warp launching, but speedrun, yeah. And if it holds together at 2 times fizz warp, then yeah, that's what I'm gonna be doing during the fucking speedrun. Hello guiding coin! That's our craft. That is our second, I mean, it's our third, but I count it as our second launch craft. Second designed craft, we can say. Because the first two are the same. And this goes straight to Mimas and starts collecting data. So what we should do is we should actually run this now. Like, I just ran it, but we should actually run it again to see how much science we come back with and what it's going to buy us for what would hopefully be the third and final launch. We should truly, really run it, because right now, where are we in the game? Yeah, no, fucking save the thing. Where are we in the game right now? We have done the first launch and a half, and unlocked just these tiers, just these 6, because this one comes free, so just these 6, total 7 tiers, that's all we've unlocked, and we're going to Minmus for our landing that will hopefully enable being able to send a research lab to Minmus. So let's run it and find out how much science it gets us after this live stream break. What are we breaking today? We're breaking today. Oh no, what are we breaking today? We're breaking Kerbal Space Program. We are clearing the game in... Yesterday, I ran the speed run according to the route by such and such, by so-and-so. It's over here. It's Hardliner Slugs has run this route for science mode to unlock the entire tech tree in a science mode run. He ran it in an hour 17. I ran his version of the run after documenting it thoroughly. I ran his version of the run in an hour and 43, something like that. So I've, cleared out science mode in an hour 43 minutes. We're now taking a look at his routing and seeing what we can do to optimize it and how we could, try and get things done faster. And what we found is if we do this, which takes Hardliner Slugs 2 minutes to do this, if we do it twice, then we don't have to do any of this. And we go on to building this, which is step 3 of 4. So that's a pretty big fucking gain, if it works out, which is what we'll have to look at when we get back from this 7-minute live stream break. Grab yourself a snack, take yourself a pee. Where are you going to take it? You could take it to chicken. Take it to a chicken. Do you have a chicken? Man, if I had a chicken... It's the name of the song. We'll be back in 7 minutes. Don't go anywhere pulling that out. Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a Kerbal, twitch.tv/RonanPawn live stream. Lol, this is KSP music, yes, it was listed incorrectly. Emil Pearson's Kerbal Space Program orchestral version. Orchestral. And there are, in fact, a number of versions that Emil Pearson has created of the Kerbal Space Program theme. Obviously, once you get to orchestral, you've already done it in a lot of other things, haven't you? You've done it by piano, and so there's a bit tune version of it, there's a piano version, and there's this orchestral, and then, of course, there's the hard rock version. That would definitely work, but there'd probably have to be an experiment storage container with that much. Germasian is suggesting a flyby of the moon on the way to Minmus. Okay, thank you very much. That's all the music that we need. I think it might be useful, not necessarily on this mission, but on the next, like the final mission to Minmus. Being able to land, if we could just land 2 sites instead of 3. We spend 24 minutes time warping and waiting for science to be generated by a research center. If we already had that science, we wouldn't have to transfer to a 3rd site. You know, if we had enough science in our coffers that we didn't have to transfer to a 2nd site, we still got to do all of the time warping, but we get to save the time of moving to a 2nd and a 3rd site on Minmus. We could get that down to less than 20 minutes. That would be helpful, and that means that there's probably 4 minutes to spare if we can set up a Hohenheim-Hofer-Hufel maneuver from the moon for just a quick flyby and grab a bunch of science from there and take it to Minmus with us. It could be of benefit. It might be... It's just very complicated. It's difficult to do, isn't it? I mean, you don't need that much more delta V from... you know, the moon to Minmus from Kerbin, so getting a kick from the moon and then hitting Minmus, you know, the goal would be to just barely catch the edge of the moon, probably. And it would be better if we went deep, because then we could get science from high over the moon, low over the moon, and then land at Minmus. Alright, you guys keep working on the final mission improvements, and I will fly this mission that with our new craft. So I'll just put it on the launch pad because we know it's good. There are 2 versions of it, however. I think it's going to be this one because we ripped off some batteries that we didn't need. I don't know why there are 2 versions of something with the same file name game, but you're just fucking special, aren't you? So you, not with Jebediah, but with Bob. We need a scientist for this to work. Launch the vessel. Don't forget Bob. I almost did. Nearly did. But yeah, it's a tricky maneuver, and it'd have to be the right timing and stuff. You could set it up. If you knew it, it'd always be the same once you learned it. It's very possible. SAS to full, throttle to full. I'm going to pull up my little crib notes for what we did in the other sheet, or you know, in his version, and see if there's any place that I'm not thinking of where we want to collect science. I mean, is there any? It doesn't hurt us anything, does it? To do it right here, boom, take these, go ahead, grab that, then gather them back up, and then EVA. I mean, it does hurt us in time because he has to get out. If I were to EVA from here, it's not worth anything because we've already grabbed it, so there's no need to EVA from there. But I would need you to restore, and this would be a good opportunity to pin both of these because they do have to be pinned sooner or later. Restore. It's a little bit of time lost to do that. I'm not going to rush through this because we want to do this right this time. So we've gotten all the science that we could possibly get from there. It's all been absorbed. The game is glitching out graphically. That's not your problem or mine. It's Kerbal's problem. In 3, 2, 1, go. Turn immediately down. to 70 degrees on the bubble. Try and hold that for me, SAS. And then hold prograde for me, SAS. And then once we're at 300 meters per second, I will throttle down to half on these, and then we will go into 2 times Fizz Warp. Just to get her done a little bit faster. I'm going to go ahead and not come out of Fizz Warp for that. Continue just holding prograde at 2 times Fizz Warp. Pull up our readings to find out where we are in the apoapsis. Oh yeah, go full throttle. I forgot that last time and forgot it a little bit this time. 70 and to 80 on the apoaps or thereabouts. And you can stay at that Fizz Warp for me until we hit high atmo. And get these looking nicer on screen. When we hit high atmo, I will fire off another test. In fact, I don't need to come out of Fizz Warp for that, do I? You definitely don't. Well, we're in high atmo here. Yeah, upper atmosphere, boom, fire all those off. Collect them. Thank you. And then when we're in space, when we're in space, I want Bob to get out. Bob, get out. You could EVA from here, because we haven't already collected this data because we didn't do the Kerbin thing, so it's worth doing an EVA from here. And then you restore, pop back in, run all the science again, pull it back in, Bob, back out, restore. While you're standing out here, I'll try an EVA again, because you might be over a different place. You're over the water. It's worth something. Yes. So boom, there's extra science we've already gotten. F5 from here. We're almost to our apoaps here, so get on your prograde if you do not mind. How much liquid fuel we got left in these? Quite a bit, in fact. So start firing prograde. Shit. Can you spin me to where it'll make a little bit more sense for me while I'm burning, while I'm trying to control you, and then I'll pull up in order to hold the apoaps with us as we go, now that it's necessary at 80k. But, you know, it's just how I'd do it. 2 times Fizz Warp. Thank you. And we're coming up on it now. 2 times Fizz Warp. No, apoap's still rising. Went a little bit off of the equator, but it probably won't be problematic. Stop. Okay. No, that's good. That's good. F5 from here. And now we've already got in space, we've got high atmosphere, we've got remove helmet. Sorry. Now we'd be going straight to Minmus. So set you as my target. And then back down to here, seeing where you are. I think we'd leave from kind of our periaps around there, add maneuver. And then go ahead and add some prograde on there, around 900. Roundabouts the 900-ish. We're not seeing anything, which is fine. We'll add a maneuver there, and we'll pull up to it. And boom, we've got a grab, and that's all that I need right now. So F5 from here, warp me to that maneuver. Pretty sure that's all the data that I'm going to collect while I'm here. We got the EVA. We got 2 EVAs from around Kerbin. Could grab more, but we don't need them, hopefully. Still have to figure out what the 4th craft is going to look like, because we haven't unlocked as much as was unlocked previously by the other guy. Get on your maneuver node for this. And go ahead and 4 times Fizz Warp me. And then warp me up to at 10 times, probably. We'll leave about now, because I'm going to be dropping some engines. Maybe I should have dropped them earlier, but we're still going. Oh, shit. Yeah, if I would have dropped those engines earlier, then we would have been better off. I think we were dragging them around for no reason. Whoopsies. Go ahead and 2 times Fizz Warp, at least. Yeah, we'll stick with 2 times. I don't think I trust 3 times in this game, you know, ever. Down to that. Slow us down. Kill the burn. Thank you very much. F5. And then we go out to our adjustment maneuver node. And from here we want to do science again, so give me all the science we can have, which is all of those. Bank it. Bob, get out. I want you to EVA report. Thank you. I want you to restore. I want you to get back in. I think that's everything that needs to be done with you. And then grab the maneuver node and transfer it to Minmus. Focus view. And then re-grab the maneuver node because you're a moron. Okay. And what are we looking at here? Shoot, I didn't realize that I wasn't already there. Zoom out. How we doing? Pull back. Apparently I went too far. Here you go. Zoom back in. Pull you in. Pull you up. Whoops! Alright, let's do it from down here. Okay. Go a little bit more pro-grade. It's very equatorial. It's at 42. If I pull you down just a touch more, then we're at 4, and we die. Perfect. Nailed it. Alright, so SAS on. Get me that maneuver, please. At the fizz warp. Unfizz warp. Start burning. And... oh, shit, I overshot. Can we get the opposite of the target? Target's opposite, please. How are we doing there? Periaps of deadly. I could thrust limit. Crew report before warp. Should have been... I'm just gonna fire... Shit, where are you at? I don't trust this at all. Fire here a little bit more. That's fine. F5. Drop you. Crew report should have come in with everything else. Because I put that on the 1 key. So we should have it, and I'm going to trust in that. And then we go to here. So F5 from here, just in case. Warp to Mimus's SOI high. So there's us, here's Minmus, we're coming in, we're going to enter its sphere of influence, and when we do, we'll hit that button. I don't think you cleared it from nearby Kerbin orbit. It would be collected when you click 2 on this. It would also be absorbed there. So we hit there, material study, crew report. Yeah, so it's working. It's working. Thank you. Although that was not as many as I expected to come in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think we only had 4 there. Log pressure data, log temperature. Interesting. But it did come in. Did we have 5 there? I'm an idiot. I don't know. You get out. Give me an EVA. Thank you. Restore, reset camera. It's not at all what I wanted. Restored both of those, get back in the ship, and now we're going to our periaps. And if SAS were on right now, then I could set up for things, but it isn't. So SAS, retrograde, 2 times fizz warp, get us there, burn for capture. My god. That wasn't even at fizz warp. It's just we've got a very powerful engine going here. Where's my landing site? My landing site is not visible? It's so weird that it would be in, like, different places. Across different saves and stuff. We could go... there. Where's my fucking landing site? It's just warp. Until my landing site is visible and available. Where do I usually go? Fuck, I'm quite confused right now. Yeah! There you are, you little bitch. Alright, so from here, we would want to burn on our normal, I believe. To move that up to there. That's exactly the opposite because we're going in the retrograde of the planet's spin. Okay, I think that's why. I don't know. Burn. Decent. Retrograde. Okay, we'll do that, because there are some high bits to try and clear on our way in, but that should be fine. And then, did I not get this data, or did I just already get this data? I don't think I got this data. Hit it again. That's 5 things. That's exactly what we expect to happen. Then suck them in. Then EVA, Mimesis Flats. We could, like, grab all of this shit, too. For, like, you know, EVAs over a whole bunch of different things. But we're not going to, because I don't want to have to in the speed run. And now, if you could just warp me to, say, here. As we're coming in, I'll just keep my eye out for what I want to see. Which is right here. Beautiful. Beautiful. Coming in excellently. SAS getting a retrograde. And go ahead and burn us down some. And keep some of this lateral velocity as we come in. Say about there. F5, gear down. Cannot work faster than 10, that's fine. Actually, yeah, we're okay. Let's go ahead and fizz warp 4. And fuck it, burn for landing here, because we'll be on the edge of everything, and I'll be able to get the flats data separate from the lesser flats, separate from, you know, lowlands, hopefully, depending on where we happen to be. You know, according to where the people who drew the things drew the things. To make it gentle, and we're on the ground, F5. Now we'd hit 1, collect all this data, bang, 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 bang. Bob, get out. I need from you this time an EVA and a surface sample, bang, bang. And then you'd want to, collect data, restore, I forgot to hit 2. You reboard, I hit 2, it sucks all of it in. And that's that, and then we go to the next site, and that was all from Mrs. Flats, indeed. Which direction? Go in this direction. SAS on. Okay. Retrograde. Want to get there fast. Hence the term speedrun. Okay. 4 times fizz warp. Get us back down. Perfect descent. SAS off. Steady. SAS back on. And again, hit all the data. All 5 of it. Recollect it. Bob. Out. Surface sample, EVA. Bang, bang. Got them both. Restore. Reboard. F5. Still going in. No, we got weird directions now for some reason. It's fine. Is it though? SAS. Stop. Because I still don't know. There you go. There's the line. Get me there. Retrograde. Get me out here enough that I'm confident that we'll actually be on the flats instead of something else, because the game likes to do that shit. Okay, go ahead and start falling. 4 times fizz warp. Okay, SAS off. SAS on. F, 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 F. There we go. F5. Hit all of the information. So all 5 of them again. Suck them all in. Bob. It's gonna be a surface sample EV report from you. Restore, restore. Back in the craft. F5, and we're ready to go. Where did we land in terms of, like, getting off of the planet? Ooh, we are on exactly the wrong side of the planet. I don't know how to fix that. Shit, we're fucked. Oh, wait. There we go. Right? Good enough. Good enough? A little bit more. Okay. And burn. Yeah, we missed it again. Fuck. Ah, fuck. Well, get out of it then. Wherever it is. There we go. Oh, Jesus. Where am I? Me out here. SAS. Retrograde. Don't want to have to flip and do it again, so be careful. Except a 34. Good. We've already got the data from up here, we already got the data from everywhere, it's just time to go home, right? Yeah. So, now... warp me to Kerbin. And they're giving me a weird view that's incorrect. Orbital, please. There we go. Suppose adding a relay probe to this launch would be a bit much. Yeah. Yeah, I think so. For the speed run? Probably. Gear back in. Anything that needs to be done here? One more data collection from around Kerbin. Alright. Go you. Got it all. It refused to take... it took something. You want to do one more EVA? It's going to be over water. It's not going to be useful. Over water, not useful. Bored anyway. We're ready, and we dump everything because it's all been sucked into there. Goodbye. SAS, retrograde, surface. Okay. Give me free cam, please. That's the way that this looks best. And 4 times fizz warp down. And while we're doing that, since it looks like we're coming in over water, I will reduce you to 700 deployment. 750, because I don't have the balls for 700 after we've done all this. F5 while we're in midair. Ooh, we might be coming down on land. If we are, then I need to adjust this for it. It looks like we are. Shit. Alright. 800. Just for safety's sake, anyway, 800 at this point. F5. Only the EVA and surface sample from Minmus collected. Oh, okay. Something that I hadn't already collected? Yeah, nothing from Kerbin. We're still at 4 times fizz warp. When we are at 2500 or 3K, fire. Oh shit! No, it worked out fine, Pawn. Worked out fine. 4 times fizz warp. Let's get ourselves a landing. And now that we're landed, might as well 2. Nothing. It's all full. EVA. Oh, we can't because we're at 4 times. EVA, and I want you to reset the goo container and take the data. Reboard, and then hit 1. And all of those, and then contain it, and then... Wait, no. Last thing would be surface sample, EVA, reboard, recover. Okay. And what does that earn us in science? Yeah, woot indeed. That is 2,208 science collected. And by our previous, what the ship used to want, what the old route wanted from this ship was at least 1,710 science to buy into everything that it needed to buy into. Now, we haven't bought into much, so there might be extra things that we need to buy, but that's a pretty good fucking margin. 500? 500 margin? Yeah, I can deal with that. So that's our second launch. Or 2.5 launch, anyway. Count this. So good. Good. We have 2,208.6 science. And now we get to do the fun part and figure out what it is that we need to buy in order to do the final thing. We know that we need electrics. We need to get to advanced electrics so that we can generate the power that's going to be required to run our R&D center. Or our research labs. So we're going to buy you, and we're going to buy you, definitely. That has to happen. The electronics contains more science for us, so we're going to buy that. Okay. This one contains nothing of particular interest to me, and we don't need to buy it. That is a completely incorrect buy. That doesn't need to be bought in the speed run that the world record holder does. I swear he buys that. But he doesn't use any of these parts. And he was able to get in here without them. We might want to use them because this was a question that I had. Why the fuck is this guy using the HG5 and using 16 of them? He put 16 HG5s on to the research facility in order to be able to transmit. And my question is why, when the Communitron DTS-M1 is a much better direct antenna, and that's all it's being used for. The HG5 is a relay and an antenna, but unless I'm crazy, you know, why would he do that? This requires 34.3 electric charge to transmit, but like it should transmit faster than all of those. Like, I got a fucking spreadsheet we can pull out to try and see what the difference is. Packet size? So this is 2 MITs. And then if we go back and try and find that antenna, where the hell do you get it? The HG5. It's early, isn't it? It's like ridiculously early. No, it's none of that. Am I crazy? Isn't the HG5 like ridiculously early that you get it? Oh, it's right here. Packet size is 2. Bandwidth is 5.7 MITs per second. It takes 51.4 charge per second. So 2, 5, 50 is what we're looking at. And then this one is 2, 5, 34. And it's got way better, like, so it consumes less electricity, which means that you might be able to transmit if you use the Communitron during, like, at noon on Minmus instead of only at the evening and morning. It's 2, 5, and 34. So we might be buying that because it's the better, it makes more sense. But before we do, let's make sure we're getting the things that we absolutely, utterly, desperately, really, really, ultra, extra need, which is we need advanced exploration because there's the mobile processing lab, and that's what this whole thing is built around. So unless we need that and that, no, it's this one, Pawn. So we're going to buy into this guy just to unlock you. And then another thing that he buys is this, and he does so to get the cupola and the big service bay. I don't think we need either of those. That is a 160 tier. Where is SAS? The large variety of SAS. So we've got that, and then we've got this. This is the large variety of SAS. So in order to get into this, I'd have to buy a 45, and then a 90, and then a 160. Whereas here, you're getting a 10, a reaction wheel of 10 for it. But we could probably get away with just buying to there for 15 torque. Yeah. And since I'm not using a 2.5 meter pod to send this all up, or at least I don't intend to yet, then we get more torque for less investment because we're just talking about a 90 and a 45 instead of a 160. So I don't see that that makes sense to do. And having fins might be helpful to us. I don't know. But let's also, like, avoid that. Is there anything else that I desperately, desperately need at this point? How is a science speedrun scored? Is it time-based, number of missions, combination of both, along with other factors? Time-based. Yes, it's exclusively time-based, RS Bear. So it's just how quickly can you unlock everything here. We did it the other day in an hour and 40 minutes. World record does it in 1:17. I think we can do it in a sub 1 hour with some new routing. We've just shaved an entire launch off of it, like a major ship build and launch and mission, and replaced it with just an extra launch of the starter craft. Can I get the RA-100? That would have to be like somewhere around here, right? Here's the RA-100 relay for 550. Bandwidth of 11.4, packet size of 4, electric charge 68.6. Well, I see why you ask. The direct transmission is 2, bandwidth of 20, electric charge 200 per second. My god, that one sucks electricity. This one is more reasonable. Still hurts. 68.6. High power electrics, we could actually get a Gigantor. And not put on, you know, he puts on 24 solar panels, extendable solar panels, and doesn't have enough to transmit at noon on Minmus, which is fair enough because really the way that they're displayed, you only have 4 of them receiving full power or any power. So, but we could do like 1 Gigantor on top, which would give us 24.4 per second, and then, like, if we bought into that, if we bought out to here, 24.4 per second, this sucks 68.6 per second. So we'd want 3 Gigantors to cover it. And then, so long as there was sun on it, there would never be a problem. 3 Gigantors on the tip of the ship that deploy. You know, it's entirely possible. It doesn't matter with, like, clipping and shit like that. We're fine. We don't give a fuck. Does it look like we give a fuck? Hello. Hi. Me. Not giving a fuck. Same electric charge per data as the DTS, just sends it a lot faster, so it wouldn't run anywhere near as long. The RA-100? The RA-100 is way more reasonable. Let's pull out the fucking spreadsheet. The weird-ass spreadsheet. And I'm going to have to do this over here. So make sure that I'm not showing you things that you mustn't see. But I've got a spreadsheet that was created by a Kerbal player some time ago to try and help with these calculations because the system is so fucking ridiculous and archaic and obscure and insane. So we have Deep Space Network 3, we do indeed. What we want to look at here is, I guess, the RA-100 on the Deep Space 3, like one of these. You know, my question is, where is the maximum cap at, like, how fast I can transmit? Because what he does is the world record holder does an HG5, an HG5, an HG5, an HG5, an HG5. I would have to do this 24 times in total, but I'm just giving us like a feel for what, you know, is there. HG5, HG5, HG5. So total power, max antenna range. Is this just range, or do I have like information in here about how quickly I could transmit it? It's all on the wiki in a sortable thing, too. But they stack and shit like that. Like, when you combine them, they increase other, you know, they... So it's like, you need a lot more information than anything on the wiki actually gives you to make these decisions, and then it depends on what Deep Space Network you've got installed and don't have installed. Are you playing in normal mode or hard mode? Is the multiplier at 0.65 or at 1.0? There's so much that this was the only way for the fucking community to actually make sense of the incredibly archaic, ridiculous, player-hating system that they created here that isn't even particularly realistic according to the people who have modded it to be more realistic. It's just stupid. So how many have I got there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Maybe I am going to we'll just do 16, I guess. But, like, does putting this all together actually transmit faster? You know, there's got to be a peak, right? There's got to be a cap at which it just doesn't help me anymore. Yeah? Don't stress about range. Yeah, I'm not interested in range. I've already done it with the other version. But this doesn't seem to be giving me any information about, like, how quickly I can transmit. And I've never dealt with that before. So if we go back into the game and just look at these stats and try and come up with a way to interpret the we invented the term mits per second of it, and then try and figure out, does mits per second stack with additional antennas, and does it downscale the same that range does? In which case, how the fuck am I even supposed to calculate this, even if I had all the goddamn information that I need? My question comes down to, how many relay antennas should I put on it? That's what I'm interested in. He puts 24 of the R5s, or whatever they are. RA, you know, the pooples. Where were they? They're back here. He puts 25 of these on in order to transmit at the speed that we transmit at. When transmitting, it requires that much. It has a packet size of 2, bandwidth of 5.7. So if the bandwidth is 5.7, and I went up to this, and the bandwidth is 11.4, then should I just have, like, 12 of them? Or 10? He puts 24 of those on, of the RA5s. This is 0.65 tons, incidentally. And the RA5, which was here, is 0.07. Calculator. 24 times 0.07, 1.68 tons. This math is pretty simple. Give me like 10 minutes. Exactly. And then over here, we've got a 0.65. So if we divide by 0.65, it's equivalent to like 2 of these. I can have 2 of these. And I just don't know if the transmission rate will be different. And that's the kind of thing that we're here to figure out today, but, like, do we know? Is the information even documented clearly in the wiki to tell us, like, how does the stacking of, you know, does transmission rate stack with more antennas, and where's the cap? Where does it cut off? What's the rate at which it no longer functions that way? I know that we've got the information about range. What about transmission? I think these are all the things that we know that we need in order to do this Minmus mission. It's diminishing returns, yeah. So it is going to be the same as the range, then? I wish I was smart enough to consider 10 minutes of calculating something was considered simple to me. What I need to concern myself with, then, is that this is 3.5 tons. So on this craft, we probably want to be pushing it with the 2.5 meter engines, you know? We probably want to build it similarly to the way that the, with at least like 4 thuds for the lander seemed like an actually pretty good concept, that he built. And then for lifting it, it's going to be way easier if I buy into the big engines and fuel tanks. So, if I hold in reserve, potentially 550, then I've got 900... I've got 800 and some to spend. So we'll go with like 800 will be what I'll spend right now. But we're going to have to get into heavy rocketry and heavier rocketry, I think, for this. So give me you. And then this will be 90. And then 160. And now I have 1,113. And I could actually buy into these big old boys. Interestingly. I'm curious, where does it unlock the one that's like, it's a fuel tank with 4 engines on it? Is that it? No, that's the engine though, right? And then there's an engine that has the fuel tanks built into it. Or is that part of the DLC and maybe it's not in here? I don't know. Power equals strongest POW. Sum POW divided by strongest POW to the power of 0.75. The one before? That's nuclear. Here's this. Because we have that in our normal playthrough save file. I don't see it anywhere here. You know, it's that engine, but plus, you know? It's... Oh, that's it. Twin bore. The twin bore. That's what I was thinking of. The twin bore liquid fuel engine contains its own liquid fuel. Could be a very good lifter for us in building this. So yeah, I may indeed use that. I've got 1113.6, and what we need to consider at this point is transmission. Electric, we've got covered. So transmission is the last thing. And I will let Naram, as if you are interested, continue on trying to figure that out. So, if I'm not building 2.5 meter, and I'm not. Oh, the other thing that we need to consider is SAS. But I think I'm just going to rip all this off. And let's say that we took this to Minmus, because this is working already. The first thing that we'd want to do, that's obvious, is add any, you know, remaining science that we don't already have on it to it. So go ahead and stick that there. And we've got a magnetometer, which this doesn't need to return. Fuck. So you could be right on top like that. The idea would be to put all of this under a fairing, but if we don't need to, then we won't. As that's just an additional complication, but that's all of our science. We just picked up the 2, you know, additional things. I don't have a single fucking... I don't have anything that translates from one stage to the, you know, no adapters. That's great. That is brilliant, is what that is. I bought... Did I not buy anything that's got the big tanks in it? We're gonna need the big tanks. Yeah, I didn't buy the big tanks. Yeah, don't save, don't worry about it. Bay. So we need big tanks as well to go along with this. What do we got for big tanks? That'd be you. That's what he buys as well. It's another 90 off the top of what we've got to spend. Okay, so there's 90 to buy into big tanks, and I could really use a 2.5 meter adapter, and seeing as it's only 45, I'll take it. And we'll go back in. Dump heat shield and decoupler. Oh, yeah. Don't need any of that shit, do I? Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Hey. So now we've got big guys, but we've also got the Rockamax brand adapter. So we could do that for a slight amount of aerodynamicism. And then we could go back to science and prop in the mobile processing bay. That is everything that we need to take to Minmus in order to be able to do this. So from there, do I have a 2.5 meter decoupler? There's another thing that I'd need. I did. At some point I bought something that had the decoupler in it. Good. But actually, before we put the decoupler on, we're going to follow what the world record fella, the fella of the world records, has going on in his, which is something like that. And then a thud, by which I mean 4 thuds. These 4 thuds on that one, that's what we'll land on. Those are our landing legs. That's the whole lander right there. And in fact, if I pull you back off and we just see, we have at Minmus 1,841 meters per second at delta V. And that means that I can build my launch stage a lot smaller, potentially, than his was. We'll see about that. So, from here, don't worry, just fucking drop it. Drop the things. Alright, and in fact, maybe I don't want you. What do I get out of my life when I put on one of them bore engines that I bought? This one. What do I get out of life with that? I get 2,239 meters per second at a 3.39 TWR. That's beautiful, is what that is. It's simple, it's straightforward. These are parts that I think when the world record... his run is a year old, and they added a lot of shit. Not to mention the DLC. Drain the mono from the pod, that'll be the fly that breaks the camel's back. I'm definitely not going to take the time during the live stream build to drain the mono from the pod, so no. Or during the speedrun build, rather. In terms of decouplers, I haven't bought a single large decoupler, so here we are. What have we got in terms of our biggest SRB? I mean, maybe we don't use an SRB. Mass. Sort by mass. That's how I like it. Thoroughbred. Holy shitballs, people. You're supposed to be in 2. I just wanted you in 2. You... Okay, so that's perfectly centered. And when I put it on here... Now that's perfectly centered. Amazing. Oh shit, the thoroughbreds are a little bit overkill, honestly. Only 1.73 TWR, though. So actually this makes sense, and then we just suck some solid fuel out of it, which would increase its TWR, unless there's something else. Like, what about them kickbacks again? Talk to me about the kickbacks, so we're not, being excessive, if we don't have to be. 1.26 for 965 meters per second. If I could have 4, but the problem is these engines come out the way that they do. Can we clear? It looks like we can clear the engines if I get it in the right position. Then I could have 4 of you guys. Ah, fuck, you're in the... You did the... It's fine, we could just have you guys like this. It's no big deal. It's the same pawn. Like so. Yeah. Yeah, that's a very quick final craft to build, too. So that gives us 1,493 at 1.75 meters per second. SRBs will be firing without any assistance, which is problematic. But we could fire them all at once. We've got the Delta V, no problem, to get to orbit and then some. So we'd fire it all at once. We'd do that. And we're on our way to fucking Minmus. I think that's all I need except for the ability to transmit and generate power. So, do you fit these? You do. Fuck. That's a simple goddamn build. So clean, so elegant. Maybe it's Maybelline. No, I can't remember what. So, for some things in life are priceless. For everything else, there's MasterCard. Fuck it. Let's have some fins on here as well, for stability's sake. That should be good. Are you guys on the centers? Yes, you are. Good. Looks like it's wearing high heels. They do flare a bit. I think you're just one of those foot guys. If you saw that, then it's probably just you're into feet. Electrical. So we need to store a lot of electricity in this madoodle majigger mathingle. Now, if we don't care about our aerodynamics, then 8 of these was more than enough to generate the science and to never run out while we were, you know, across the night. So if we don't give a shit about aerodynamics, we just slap them on there. Boom, we're good. And if we did care about aerodynamics, then we're fucked. But I don't think we care about aerodynamics, is my guess anyway. We're gonna do the 1x6s. Will we do them the way that he did them in the thing? I like it. I like his design for it. So if I do, this is how I did it. Check this out. If you haven't seen this before, this is cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And that's apparently enough to generate, you know, the electricity needed. And honestly, fuck it, there's room for another layer. Yeah. It'll help us a little bit more. SRB skirts are too sexy. So the problem with those would be, if they're not under a fairing when we go up, then they probably burn off. Because we go up so fast. But let's try it and find out before we make any assumptions. And then we need comms. And I've got the RA-15, which is 2 at 5.7, electric charge 68.8. We've got this guy, which is 3 at 20, but 133.3. And then we've got the HG5, which is 2 at 5 at 51.4. So it's better than that one. I think we buy into the big boy, but if we do buy into the big boy, then we do want to put it under a fairing. And if we do want to put it under a fairing, then I have an idea. You have an idea, Pawn? I have an idea. It might be a very bad idea, but my God, I have an idea. What if I didn't need to buy into this at all, and instead we just went over to structural, we did like that, and we were like, can I have 8 just fucking wedged on there, because I don't give a fuck whether there's a merging issue or anything like that, and then there's like 8 of those, you know, that sort of a thing. But before that, you know, if I had the regular fucking decoupler, then I could get over the top of all this and come down, if we were to use that decoupler. Or, I mean, the fairing, rather. You know what? Fuck this noise. Keep it simple. Stupid. Put 8 of these back on. Like so. You know, all this stuff, if it doesn't burn off as we go up, then we got no problems. In all our lives. In all our lives, we got no problems. But if we do bring the bigger antenna, you know what we're going to do? I know exactly what we're going to do. We're going to, it's going to be the middle. The middle path is always the best. So this is 2 minus 2. Save you. Take me back out. The middle path is always the best. So instead of the RA-100, if we just bought into this one, we would get you. You do 2 at 5, but only 34.3 per second. So power is less of an issue. If we buy you, it's 1 at 2 at 68.6, so not as good. But the Communitron, if we buy into that, it's a decent thing. And if we wanted to get to the next one, fuck, we're already here. It's just the RA-100 is not, it needs to be under a fairing. It needs to be under a fairing, and then I would need a fairing. There's the fairing. So if I bought that in the fairing, and then I built around the fact that I'm bringing that in the fairing, I like that more. So I buy you for the fairing, and I buy you for the RA5, or RA100, the thing that we just did. I like it. It's elegant. And then we go back to exactly what I was just doing a second ago. So you go over there, you rip off here, you rip off here, and then I pull one of you out, the fairing, flip it upside down, because you're going to do that. You're going to go on the middle there. Our 8 batteries are going to be somewhere here. In fact, our 8 batteries could be here instead. 8 of them. And then they look like they could actually be there. And then our RA100s. Holy shit! Who recommended the RA100? That's ridiculous. The RA15, however, is also not good. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. We're not bringing a fucking well, it's just one of them. That would be fucking cool. I gotta be honest with you, that'd be fucking cool. It would block our goddamn solar panels. Yeah, they're like 2.5 meter antenna. I didn't realize it was a goddamn fucking... like a Comcast dish. Thanks for telling me. Hey, if my maths says it's that good, it would block our ability to, like, collect... It wouldn't, though, if we did it in the morning and the afternoon, which is the best time to do it. I love the idea. I've got to be honest. I mean, I don't, but I choose to. But getting it under a fairing means that I need to buy the 2.5 meter fairing. Let's go back and just see. Let's go back and we just see is the thing. So 2.5 meter fairing. I don't remember where we picked up the first one. We got it here. And then the next one, 2.5 meter fairing for 160. Interstage nodes to on. To just have it underneath? Without buying this fairing? Jermacian, I love the way you think. And then it's just pointing down at it. Well, it could be pointing up. I love the way that you think, Jermacian. You got purty mouth. Y'all real purty mouth, you. So, if we interstage nodes on, then that means that when I go and I grab my, my giant fucking relay antenna, I could have it, like, here. It won't be attached to anything. I need to make it look like it's attached. I'm gonna... there. Maybe here. Fuck it. You know, it's a speed run. If it works, it works. Don't much matter to me none. That looks fucking nifty, is what that looks. Oh, it's so stupid. I fucking love it. So then we build the fairing. Can I get this fairing to go out as far as it's gonna have to go, though? Or I need the 2.5 meter. It won't allow me to go further out enough to actually get around that. Damn it. That's fine. We've got the points for it. It's fine. We can buy it. we can buy the goddamn fairing. I love this, though. That little flourish of art. By which I mean the thing that makes it just stupid. So we researched that. Still have 178.6 in the sparesies from what we brought back on that Mimus mission, which is good, because sometimes you forget shit, you know? So that means that, like, oh, you go away, you pull off, you go away as well. And, you're gonna have to be like, no, you do it like that, Pong. You get this out, get the 2.5 meter fairing out, right click it, interstage nodes, and you attach it. You shove the transmitter in there. And then actually, can I pull you off? If I hold shift, I can pull you off. Or I was complaining about, that's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard of. Well, now it's useful. We don't even need 8 of them. But they look so good when there's 8 of them in there. And then you under there. And then build the fairing. Oh, you didn't fucking click it. I mean, I clicked it, but you didn't, game. Like that. 2. Well, I guess... we'd go up to, I could just do that. It'd look fucked up, though. That would annoy me. So instead, I do to there. That's a Ronin pawn ship. There we fucking go, baby. There we fucking go. Now, the thing is, if we wanted to, we could put all of this under the fairing by moving the fairing down and having it come out and wrap over. So that's a possibility, too. But then we have trouble with attaching these. So this being here is more ideal-ish, is what I'd say. And let me just see if there's anywhere that this would allow us to attach these. I mean, there is nothing saying that I can't just spam these on here. Well, you need fucking 24 of them. At least according to the world record run. Oh, when I zoom out, it's the perfect scale and everything. I guess what I should really do... No, we're leaving it like that. We're leaving it like that. So, what? Yeah, huh? Yeah, what? We would fire all of these at once so we can have stability and control as we go up on them. And then we would drop those, let's just get rid of that. Drop those for when they're empty, and then we drop all of that when we're ready to, you know, leave it behind, hopefully on our way to Minmus, and then we're landing on Minmus with these two. The only thing is that the fairing needs to drop once we're in Spizace, which will be there. Yeah. Okay. You guys can't really see the staging anymore because of where I moved chat. There's just no perfect place. That's the best I've come up with yet. But I love this. I love this. Does it get it done? Is there anything that I've forgotten? We can generate electricity. We can all of the different things. Now, also, it saves me the problem of having to, like, restage a whole bunch of shit anyway. I do have to do some, don't I? Because in Custom 1, I'll need to add you, log seismic data, and you, run the magnetometer, and that's all that I need to add there. 2 is still set up for that. 3 would be set up to deploy all of these. Shit. Which is a major nuisance. And so, that being a major nuisance, I'm very tempted to see about the big boys. You know what I'm talking about? I think you know what I'm talking about. Anyone else hearing the music really weird? That'll happen with Twitch. It sort of stretches things forward and back to try and, like, keep you in sync with the, trying to catch you up rather to whatever delay has accumulated while you've been watching. It'll start like trying to rush things forward just a little bit, and I think that's what it's doing anyway. Sometimes just refreshing the browser helps, but usually it seems like it doesn't. It's just a thing. It's just a thing. We could buy in. No, we can't. I don't have the coin for it. Shit. But it's possible that I might be able to if I hadn't bought other things that I didn't need. I bought this tier exclusively for... We needed the 2.5 decoupler, so that needed to be bought. Never mind. Alright. This is fine. This is fine. I like it. Shall we try and fly it to Minmus now? It looks good. It looks good. I got the calculator, but I should PM it to you somewhere so people don't jump on and edit stuff. Sorry? 2 Minmus 2. We're good? Okay, so from this point, what you'd want is Bob would be down here, Val would be in here, save that craft, and we need another scientist. So we jump out and we hire another scientist. All part of the build phase. It's all noted. Jump out and hire our first scientist that we see. And then when we load this sucker out, we do 2 Minmus 2. No, I like Val. Val's better. Bob and this Maynard Kerman. And we put it out on the pad, and we see what we got. Linking your inbox on Discord to check antennas. Okay. I'll see about it later. And just, no, I should keep this up. I do need that up. Alright. So we sit nicely on the pad with this. SAS on, throttle to full. Is there anything that we would do on this mission? Let's run this mission like we're launching it. Or like we're running it. So 2/3 at 3K. We actually can't fire any of the science that's underneath here, which is fine because what we'd want is everything that isn't. That's good. And then I could hit 2 in order to suck it up there if I cared as well. Can't take that reading from landed. Right. So we could take science right there from landed before we go, just hit it, it goes in, we spam it in, and then we just fire. Right? Let's give her a go. In 3, 2, 1, F5, go! Pull it down toward the 90. Down to there, and see if I can't fly it the same way as I did the last ship, which is to say that, throttle you down to half on those, now that we're at 300 meters per second. Follow the prograde, and then I go Fizz Warp 2. You're very stable. I could probably go Fizz Warp 3. Oh, shit. However, we've actually... We're above, we're 100 kilometers and solid fuel isn't out. So maybe a little bit lower, potentially, for this launch. Let's try that again. Don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash, don't crash. Oh, and I now have auto struts, huh? And I don't seem to need them. SAS, throttle to full. We do the thing again, hit 1. Shove it all in the bay. Anything that can be taken, shove it in the bay. And then fire and get low. Like 65 low. And then you follow your prograde, and I will immediately throttle down. Because we ended up going super fast. And then I'll Fizz Warp 2. Watch as our apoapsis comes up. Good lord, huh? 70s, it's 80. Solid fuel's still going. Something's about to explode. That was our magnetometer boom. That was something else. could have just let them go, too. So they got too much on them, basically. Basically? Entirely. They have too much on them. And then you're out. Okay. Let's try back to launch. Just figuring out how this can... You could just load less fuel in them. Yeah. I need to see about this first. So if I SAS, but I don't actually turn on the engines, I have very little control. If I throttle up just a touch, so there, follow prograde, kill the engines. Because this goes for fucking ever. Okay, this is going to keep us a little bit too low, I think. Let's try that again, Pawn. Revert to the launch. It's going to crash sooner or later. Because we actually don't have a lot of liquid fuel if I let these run at half the whole time. You know, we weren't making orbit there. We wasted a lot on the lift. SAS, throttle to full. Do the 1. Throw it all in. You're worth 5, you're worth 5, you're worth nothing, you're worth nothing, you're worth nothing, you're worth nothing. Great. Do that. And then throttle to full. We fire off quick, fast, hard. Get down to about 68 on the bubble. Tell you to hold your retrograde. And then at 300 meters per second, I kill the liquid fuel engines. And I go to Fizz Warp 2. Starting to get a little hot. $80 on the Apoaps. Good. We'll collect more science from in atmosphere. Apparently that's all that we can take right now. That's fine, I suppose. And then we'd Fizz Warp up to... Nothing exploded this time. Fizz Warp up to... That was high atmo, so we don't have to do anything else for high atmo. However, if I were to... get Val out and EVA, then that's more data for us. That can be put in... Review the stored data. Put in the lab for later. We're in space, so I can drop the fairing. We're following prograde. No, we're not. You need to be following your fucking prograde. From in space around Kerbin, we take science again. This time we wait for the magnetometer boom to come in. There you go. And then anything that couldn't be collected, throw in there. Magnetometer report while in space near Kerbin added. Okay, because we were full or something like that. And then we want you to clean the experiments. That'll clean those out for us as we finish off our Apoaps here. So, burn. Burn below the planet. Periaps rising. Here. Alright, we're up. We've got the orbit. Find your prograde again, because we're going to be going to Mimus immediately. F5. So let me set us up for Mimus. We're running this like the speedrun now. Set you as the target. So you being out there. I'm not going to try for the moon encounter. That's something to be added on a later date. Let's just see if this craft has delta V and efficiency and all the other things that it needs to be able to do this. So out to there for a Mimus encounter. We're not seeing it because we're too high for it. It's been a problem with me quite often, being too high for, you know, something anyway. Pull you down. Okay, looks like we needed more prograde back here. And we have an encounter, so that's good enough for me, good enough for government work. Give me you. Warp me to you. Flyby of Moon? No, yeah, that's... I didn't look over, I was just thinking the same thing. It's a really good idea, but I don't want to try and fuck with it. And considering where the moon is right now, and then we're going to it, we'll figure that out on another, you know, at a later time if we're going to figure it out. Get me to our maneuver node. It's a very big, heavy ship. Spinning in the atmosphere here. No, spinning not in the atmosphere. We don't want to be in the atmosphere. 4 times Fizz warp will get us there. And then once we've got that, let's warp it more than 4 times Fizz. We're going to get down to near where we need to burn and start burning. And we're out there. Okay. I don't know why those weren't on the didn't stage right, but that's fine. Now we're burning here. And I can Fizz warp. There you go, to a 0.0. Oh, that's a perfect one. Now you warp me to there as well. And when we're there, I'm going to want you to find your maneuver node. On your way. This is fucking cool. I love the look of this. I love the look of this. We want to get EVAs from here on out, though. Don't let me forget about that, please. We got an EVA from... in space. We got an EVA everywhere, didn't we? Did I not? Maybe I forgot that one. It's fine. Is it fine? It's fine. So give me the space from here, or the science from here. So that's all those things, and the magnetometer boom that's going to come in. Thank you. Put that in. Okay. I don't understand why that gets added even after I've put it in. Maybe I'm glitching the game in a way that's beneficial to me in the speedrun. Is that in there? Review stored data. Magnetometer report. I mean, it said it went in. I inserted it. It said it went in. So either it sucked it back out. I don't know. Oh, 3, by the way. Deploy all this shit. There you go. God, this ship looks cool, though. Doesn't it? No relay probe? The relay probe. So from here, it doesn't matter when we burn it. Let's just burn it. Oh, wait. What are you doing, Pong? You never even actually configured this fucking maneuver node. So, number 1, before you lose it, I've lost it. I lost it. It doesn't exist anymore. And I can't move it back into... We'll just make another one slightly ahead of us. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Add a maneuver node. And then pull down. Okay, and then go out to Minmus, because I didn't actually configure it. It's a big ship, so... Oh no, this isn't as big a ship. It's still a pretty big ship, Pawn. Okay, fair enough. Jesus. Beat me over the head with it. Pull you down. And retrograde you in. And that's a 40 at a very equatorial point. Could be more equatorial. And that's a 1. Let's not be that close to it. 36, fuck it, close enough. F5, and don't worry about that. Just get me on that node and fire it. Okay, close enough. At 91, it'll have to count as close enough. So from here, having done those things, the one thing I forgot to do was, I didn't clean the experiments. Did I clean them back at Kerbin? Maybe not. So let's take all that data again. Well, fuck it. Doesn't hurt me any because I can just store it all in there. And then you clean the experiments again, but I wanted Val to get out and get us an EVA report from here as well. You've already had it before, it doesn't matter. It's going to be very helpful for us when we chuck it in. If I review the stored data, it's worth some extra data. So it's not bad. Tried a few configurations. Single RA100 seems to be the best bet by, like, a lot. Okay. Okay. May need, like, 20,000 science? Yeah, we don't really know, do we? How much science we're going to need. You can be on your retrograde there, because we've already made the burn for encounter, and start by warping me up to Minmus. Okay, and then from here we get science again. 2. Why are you not... Magnetometer already stored in this thing. Well, then fucking throw it away. Review the data. Can't go in and you're already stored, then fucking piss off. Is anybody else problematic like that right now? Log seismic data, we're fine. Log pressure data, log temperature, crew report. We can do a crew report, and we will. And you are also open, so when I hit 1, then all of these things will start coming in. And then the magnetometer will follow. Yes. And then anything that's extra, I hit 2 to see if it'll store. And I don't understand why it's storing things in there, but it is. It's fine. And then Val, you would EVA as well. The EVA report, thank you. Reboard, I won't worry about that. And then clean the experiments as well. And down to the periapse we do go. And on your retrograde you can be. I just want to like check and see what we've got right here. Crew report is still high over Minmus. That's fine. On your retrograde, burn us down. With a little fizz warp. Make it happen faster. That happened faster. 29 on that side. That's actually fine. In fact, we can keep going on it. Down to like 10. And we'll see, you know, where we are. My landing site is not visible on the day side right now. So I think I will warp to the periapse. And then we'll do the science here. Good way to combine what we need to do. You, yep, throw all that stuff in there. And then the magnetometer comes in. Indeed. Cannot analyze, lab is full of data. That's fine. Pull it in to the place where we can store extras. It's brilliant. This is our fucking landing site. That's my landing site, people. That's where I land. So it worked out. Jesus Christ, that's pretty powerful, is what I'd say about that. Warp. I mean, yeah, that's fine. That is a fine place to land, is what it is. We were supposed to get Val, maybe an EVA report. Above Mrs. Lowlands, sure, sounds great to me. We could get more of those from you, Val, because we're going to be over the flats in just a second. So, Val, if you want to get back out and give me another EVA. Lesser flats, yep. Reboard, no big deal. Follow retrograde, please, ship. F5. Make sure we're on ground readings. 100 meters per second, we have to scrub. But it doesn't take us long to do that, so I'm not worried yet. Pretty goddamn nice landing. Our first landing site, everybody. So at this point, I would pin you, start research, and F5, and just go. Electric charge is holding the way that we expect it to. Science generating at the rate we expect it to, and we're full. At this point, there's a bad time to transmit because of the science generation, but if I go toward the end of the day, then we're good, and then we hit transmit science. We go up to 4 times. And it's done. Oh, that's way better. That's way better than it used to was. Way, way better than it used to was. Nope, stop. Stop. And then that's another transmit science. Can't transmit because we're out of range, which means just I gotta catch it at another time of the day. We shouldn't be able to transmit here because of the draw of electricity, but we got it done. So we can transmit at noon. Is that what I'm seeing here? It looks like we could transmit at noon. Which is a huge thing for us. I mean, maybe I could fucking transmit at night. If I catch it at the right time of night, anyway. Transmit science. Can't do it. Yeah, that's just instantly done is what that is. Wow. Let's see about transmitting at night. Let's give it a try. No, that's daylight. That's also daylight. Okay. So let's transmit science at night. Nope, we ran out. We did run out there. How close do we get, though? Kind of curious. And that will stop our research until we get another, boost. So there we go. Let's try transmitting science now and see how close we get to it. %. Because that's just me throwing on like another couple batteries. You know? And then we can transmit in the middle of the night. It's so good. I'm curious about this being able to go in. Okay, you aren't worth anything to me. Delete. Delete, 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 delete. I think. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this. Yeah, don't ever delete anything when you're actually in the game, Pawn. Just save it and throw in whatever will go in and just save anything when I'm doing the full speed run. Puts us up to 728 data again, and we keep rolling. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to the number. Yeah, if we just throw a couple more on, then we don't have as many problems with transmitting. Like, boom. 92, yeah. Another couple of batteries, so more than the 6, and then we're fine. I'm gonna need to transmit this at the end of the day. Well, we've still got sun on it, though. Boom, done. Yeah, that's huge. That is a huge benefit. Transmit. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Transmit. Clean the experiments. And at this point, I'm curious about, like, what else we got? We got in here... review the stored data. We got you and you that could go in. 616. I'm curious to see if anything that's left in here can be put in. No, because sometimes it's just like you got a duplicate in there and you can rerun it. Now we'd hit you know, we'd take the science from here that we haven't yet. We'd get Val out. She hasn't done the surface sample and EVA report. Bing, bang. You get back in too, and then review the stored data and throw you in. Throw you in. Can't take it because it's full. Baby. And then you'd keep going. Hey, can you write in whatever splits you want? Yeah? I can name my splits whatever I want them to be, if that's what you mean. Ooh, let's do it right here, right now, like at noon. Can we transmit at noon? Did I already, like, address that? And the answer is yes. Yeah. We can transmit at any time of the day, is what we can do. That's fucking brilliant. That is goddamn brilliant. Just not at night right now, and maybe we will be able to. Oh, shit. I accidentally hit the stop research button. Yeah, maybe 5 times warp is as good. I'm not sure. I just want to get some experience with this, so we don't necessarily have to do it all like this, but... Or do all of it, rather. But I'd like to see it. 4 times leading into 5 times is pretty quick. And then let's look again at what's stored here. We can now store that, whatever that was. Surface sample. Can't run any of those. Material study. Temperature scan. Mystery goo. And lab is full of data. Let's just keep going. Oh, shit. I'm not paying attention. Transmit science. Transmit science. Yeah, I'm getting a good, like, flow of how quickly I can force it to move on and just get her done, you know? Which is important. This is the longest part of the speed run, is what you're looking at right now. Possibly the longest section, anyway. If broken down into builds and launches and stuff like that, then absolutely. Okay, from here, let's look at it again. Review stored data. Throw you in. Throw you in. Throw you in. Throw you in. Back up to 594. Do we have anything in here? We don't. If I take all of the data again, that can go in. You're not worth anything. 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 Okay. Keep going. Yeah. Just a little stop, a little slow, and then keep going, just enough for it to catch up with the concept of what's going on. Mm-hmm. That's a huge help. Huge gain. Gotta go to the next day. Okay, we're good. And then again on you, I probably want to like pin this stuff at that point. Review stored data. You can go in. None of you. In terms of you, in fact, I need to hit the 2 button again to suck everything in. And then review stored data. Not you, not you, not you, not you. Okay. So we're near the end of what's available from this site, is what it looks like. If I hit this again, none of that's useful to me. Got it. I'm doing as much testing as I can right now, try and get a sense of when it's time to leave. So from this site, you know, we could do one more round of warping. I'm basically going down to, you know, when I'm in the 300s of data, I figure it's better for me to just reload than keep trying to process data at that rate. But at this point, then it would be worth it to move sites. So, site. Where be site? SAS. You this way. Okay. Wrong direction. It's this one. It's this one, pawn. I understand. Do you, though? Maybe. Uh-oh. You might want to burn up a little bit. Alright, and now retrograde. I'm just going to go over to the other lake. It's an easier landing site. Okay, looks pretty good. SAS there, SAS off, just settle. Do a little time warp to help you settle. F5, and now we need more data. For the lab. Lab at 744, since we just changed sites. Might as well also surface sample EVA. Take them, get back in before you fall off the ladder, because I see you trying. Clean the experiments. And, wait. No, that's fine. And then just start the research. Oh, it's still going. Start warping. Let's look at it this way. I'm more comfortable looking at it this way for some reason. Transmit science. Okay. We're out of range. If we spin the planet a little bit, we're in range. Good. Shit. Finish it off. Shit. Transmit science. Can I just do that? Yeah, it works out. Can I not just click transmit science? And then just go straight to full warp. Oh, well, we weren't in range. There we go. Yeah, that will work too, apparently. Now for you, at this point, what do I got? Anything in here that'll load? No, none of that. And it doesn't look like it's ever going to go in. You, review your stored data. Chuck you in, chuck you in. Let's take everything again. You. Okay. And suck that up, I guess. And then clean the experiments. And keep going. Transmit science. Can I just do that? I can. But I gotta make sure that that I've got a site where I actually can transmit when I go to do that. Transmit. I doubt, you know, I don't know how long we've been doing this, but this isn't like 30 times, right? We're not there. And this is now, I've got so little data that the rate is, you know, significantly slower and it takes longer to get through, which is why I try and avoid this. Okay, go to the other side. Really? Shocking. Yeah, it made it. At the beginning of the night, I just barely had enough. Could have collected on ridge and moved to flats directly. Collected on the ridge, like land collect and then move and start the cycle again. I'm trying to just do 2 sites. So I wanted to see if just 2 sites would be good, and this would be the better way to do it instead of trying to land on the ridge where it's, you know, the land is a little bit shittier. Keep going. I think the moon pass is really, really viable looking at this, you know? If we set it up when we get to this and we set up a flyby of the moon as we come out, especially if we do one that takes us deep and we correct for the fact that it's going to kick us out into the fucking, you know, it's going to put a solar, and we still manage to land Minmus, then all that that we pick up along there just might allow us to do this in 2 landing sites. Because I don't think this does. I don't think what we've done here, even with sitting here for as long as this now is taking. This one is taking because our data rate is just, we've got too little data in here. Ooh, solar data. Go out, grab solar, and then come back in. You're not far off of Minmus. That's really fucking hard. I'll just real quick fly by the moon, get down, get low, come back, grab Minmus again. In like 100% any percent where you're using a glitched ship, sure, you know? You just got infinite fucking fuel and infinite infinite everything. Sure, yeah, why not? But here, I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna suck this thing fucking dry. Sit here and wait until, or at least I'll get it back up to, you know, science at 500 or data at 0. Those are my 2 standards right now. As we sit here for the last minute and a half long collection, and then we'll go back and see how much we got. Well, we'll also see if there's anything else in this ship or around us that can actually be collected for science. And if I just wasted all of our time by waiting right here because I thought we were already, you know, empty, didn't have anything else. Here we go. That's it done. Transmit science. And we're done. So anything you got? You ain't got shit. Anything you got? View the stored data? Yeah, actually there is more in there. So we could have done that. That's up to 177 if I hit 1 again. There's nothing of value to us at the site. If Val gets out and does another surface sample, EVA report, collect, reboard, and you try and put that in, not worth anything, not worth anything. Okay. Okay, so we could do another 177 here, but I wouldn't want to do this last 177. I wouldn't want to do what we just did there. So I think what we do is we go back to the Space Center now with an F5 before we do, in case the game crashes. But we go back to the Space Center now and see what, you know, those 2 sites brought in with the data that we collected along the way. 14,178.6. That is so close, but not there. So close, but not there. We need 14,965 according to, you know, what we used to do. Let's see how much this unlocks, though, because we've gone through, you know, the motions of everything. And we'll see how much that we have left over. But I'm gonna guess that it's 1,500. That's my guess. Make your bets right now in chat. You know, 1,500 is mine. What's yours? What's your number? Things get really expensive in these last couple of tiers and start eating through that that otherwise thick pad of science. And here we're up to the 550 apiece tiers. So each 2 is 1,100. In fact, we only needed 600. 602 is how much science we were short after those 2 sites. 602. That's 1 more roll and a half. So that's basically 1,000. It's 2 rolls. Okay. Okay. Well, what we have figured out today is all of the ships for our run, which is a 4 launch technically, but really just 3 mission. And I'm going to call it 3 vessel, 3 mission, 4 launch run, and with these ships. And it gets her all done, and it gets her done well. Little annoyed by this burning as long as it does and everything. It's a tricky little ship to actually pilot, and it's the last one. So it's a little bit of a nuisance, as it is, the way that it is. But it does have the Delta V to get us where we need to go to run the thing. And it is a very simple build to slap together. I mean, relatively speaking, it's you know, we do have to use some weirdities and stuff like that. Definitely fixed with a moon flyby. Yeah, that's almost excessive, too. I wish there was something else that we could get, like, if we need another 1,000, and we only need 600, right? Like, before we leave Kerbin, we could get EVAs from going around the orbit. Get all the EVAs that we can get from the orbit first. And then, when we're at Minmus, we could get all of the above Minmus EVAs first. And the way that science translates to fucking data, and how much data translates into science, you know, that might be enough. Instead of, like, trying to set up a tricky, futzy, finicky maneuver to the moon and then back out, and creating a possibility of fucking up the whole speed run right at the end. Which is already a possibility with this ship flying the way that it does. But don't you think that that would work? Like, if we collect as many EVAs as we can see at the equator while we're going around before we leave, and then we collect, you know, as many EVAs as we can get at the equator of Minmus before we land, it takes longer to get there, but it means that we don't have to, you know, do a 3rd landing site. Experiments while you're flying from Site 1 to 2. Yeah. Yeah, that too. If we do an experiment in mid-air, then that's going to be experiments, you know, well in flight over Minmus's Lesser Flats, well in flight over Minmus's Lowlands, well in flight over Minmus's Flats. And if I do skip from one to the other, and we didn't already get the first one, yeah, then we'd get 1, 2, then landed. That could help. I think some EVAs, and maybe we don't even fuck with Kerbin, because Kerbin is not worth that much, and also we're not going to get the bonus for the value of our science going in landed and in the right SOI. Well, we're in the SOI of Kerbin, we're just not landed. You know, maybe we don't bother with Kerbin, but maybe we focus on grabbing EVAs around Minmus while we're in orbit. Get 5 or 6 of them. And then drop, and then get data from in-flight over. But that's actually, no, that only applies to EVAs, doesn't it? If you fly over another biome like ridges or something like that. Yeah, but don't most or if not like all of the friggin' science isn't it just like all of the scientific experiments are just, they're not over this biome specific. EVAs are over this biome specific. Crew reports are over this biome specific. But isn't all the science that can be accumulated from the parts actually just like high over Minmus, low over Minmus? Yeah, I think that's how it works. But we could get, so we focus on EVAs. You're still right, Naram, that we still focus on EVAs, that it's, are there only one magnetometer scan around Kerbal, or are there also biomes for that? You have to be in space for the magnetometer to work, so all that I think I've ever seen from the magnetometer is, you know, in space near Kerbin, in space high over Kerbin. And then we get the magnetometer from, in space near Minmus, in space high over Minmus, and then, yeah, that's really the only use of the magnetometer. 7-ish biomes over Kerbin's equator. Yeah. So, we focus on EVAs. If we can add enough EVAs, especially from Minmus, like Kerbins are going to be worth something, sure, but if we can get enough EVAs from Minmus's biomes before we land, those EVAs over all of those different biomes are going to be worth a good deal because we're landed on Minmus in Minmus's SOI, etc., which are where all of the bonuses stack on what they're worth. And if we only need 600 more science, that's how we get it. I just don't know whether or not to spend the time doing a loop around Kerbin and getting EVAs, or just transfer to Minmus and focus there. I would think Minmus would be better, you know, would be all we would need, but until we try it, I won't know. I think we will try it in the next live stream. I think we will try it without doing the ones at Kerbin. We'll just go to EVA, or to Minmus, and when we get to Minmus, we will EVA the shit out of Minmus before we land it. And then once we land, we will focus on when we are doing that site transfer to the second site, make sure that I get an EVA over the site we just came from, over the site that we're going past, and over the next site. We land on 2 ice flats and we're fucking out. Baby. That's the plan. But the other plan, because there's another plan. How many plans does this guy have? Is to add more electrical, if we can. Can I, I mean, there's, you know what we could do, actually? If I did 6 and 6, right? If you did 6 and 6, pawn. So, put this over here, pull these guys off, and then you like that, and then you like that. 6 and 6 gives us 12, and then maybe we should have. If we had 8 before, that should give us enough to transmit at night, and then every single time that I, the things and the stuff in the guys, all of those times, every time that I depause to transmit, we will be able to transmit. There will be no, but it's got to be the morning or the evening. The only problem will be when it turns out that we're on the, dark side, the can't see Kerbin from here side of Minmus, and we don't have line of sight. And then you just wait until, you go 12 hours later and you can see it. So 12 Minmus hours on a 24-hour clock, but you know what I mean. But that's the only thing that needed to change there, right? Everything else was good. I'm a little bit afraid of this ship because of the way that it flies up. Trying to remember how I fly it is like, But I believe I want to get very low. I want to be at 70 degrees on the bubble to start, and then kill the engines once we've got 300 meters per second, have it following its own prograde, and then watch my Apple apps and be ready to drop the SRBs and fire the engines back up to push us to 80 kilometers. And yeah, it's not that difficult. It's not that difficult, and it's a pretty simple build. So, I think we've come to the end of this live stream. We have theory crafted the shit out of this speed run, and we have removed an entire stage from it. There's no wrapping around Kerbin and hunting for all the EVAs that we did on the first one in order to unlock another tier and then go to Mimus and then do, come back and then use that in order to buy the thing that builds the thing to Mimus. We do all that in 3 missions. You can't reprocess the same experiments, but if you're dangerously close, you can do the experiment again and transmit it immediately. That's something to bear in mind, too, yeah. All these experiments that I'm getting that I haven't returned. See, it's another thing to consider is that on the first landing, maybe we should intentionally go to a different site. You know, a different site that also has 3 biomes to land on. Or we go to that site, the site that I use, because if we're only going to need 2, yeah. So on the first mission, we go to my site, the site that I like. That is relatively equatorial, and there are 3 biomes right there, easy to grab. We do that on the first pass. The second pass, we only need 2 biomes. We pick a different site. You know, we pick the edge of one thing and the other. So long as it's different than the things that we've already done. So long as it's different than lowlands and flats or lesser flats. You know, if we go to the greater flats and something nearby, slopes, I don't know. But if we can get 2 biomes from somewhere else, even if they weren't 2 biomes from somewhere else, but that would, if we're on the greater flats the second time, then the data that we're collecting when we're there will be data that we can transmit directly after we've already researched it and get, whatever's left over, or get the 120 for transmitting it directly instead of research. I don't know how it works. But yeah, these are very good thoughts. These are very good thoughts to try and make up that difference, because it was very fucking close. We were down to 600 we were down to 1.5 transmissions of more data without having to change sites. It's very good. I think we're good. Easy peasy, many options to definitely make it into 2 sites. And if we can do 2 sites, that's a savings of that transfer window time, which is maybe a minute and a half, depending on how efficiently you're doing it and how riskily you're doing it by flying low and fast like I did that last one. That's how I'd like to do all of them. Just get low on the horizon and then be like, oh shit, and your fucking solar panels are scraping the ground as you come in, leaving fucking trails. That's how I want to do it, because that's a fucking speed run and I am the rodent pawn. Thank you all for joining me as we routed the KSP Tech Tree Science category speed run. We've got a save file that contains all the information that I need, and I've got a recording here, so now I gotta figure out what the fuck it was that we did this time, and then I guess make another guide to walk me through doing what I do. For the next time that we do KSP, because the next time we do KSP, we're gonna run my speed run and see if we can't do better than the hour and 43-ish minutes that it took us to do this run last time, and I think we can take 20 to 40 minutes off at first try. So, going for it tomorrow, says Naram? Perhaps. Probably. I'll go with probably. How much money is in it? Well, I'll see you at the next live stream. On out!